Doing this,
Now that I've
however...
hit record.
Oh my fucking god! I am done.
He just leave. So last we left off, Lorcian. Lorcian and Kuzo departed Altalon Isle, and then followed by Kazuha and Veilwen. Kazuha opted to fly a little bit slower to make sure that Veilwen is comfortable, and even offered to help her gain more control over her ability to fly. Veilwen declined, and upon returning, decided to go to bed, where she heard a scuffle coming from Marin's room. Veilwen, being concerned for her sister's safety and believing that Calren has betrayed her, barged in, only to see Marin in a vulnerable state. This is probably the first time Veilwen has ever seen Marin be that embarrassed, and Marin promptly just screamed at Veilwen to get out. While Calren just kind of tilted up and just looked at Veilwen and just like, uh-oh. Marin, or Veilwen, actually, well, I guess both of them, adequately traumatized, decided to retire for the night. Where Veilwen then got a knock at her door and it found to be Kazuha. Seeming like Kazuha wanted to no longer be friends or have anything to do with Veilwen, it ended up turning out that Kazuha was confessing to Veilwen. Veilwen, unsure what to do, things quickly proceeded faster than she was prepared for, only to find herself awake and still in bed, and now kissing Levy. Levy, as per the huge, teased Veilwen a little bit about it and made sure to help Veilwen understand what this, at least put Veilwen on the track to make sense of what this dream means. Meanwhile, Kuzo and Lorcian decide to do a little bit of training. Lorcian realized that he's fucking pathetically weak and has began the quest to even lift. With the quest reward being Metamagic Forced spell. Kuzo, his first time being a trainer, is a little bit disappointed in the person he's been, trusting with his life for the last little while. The two of them decided to return to Veilwen's workshop, and Lorcian wanted to do an experiment with the egg, but Kuzo said nah. He instead thought it was a better idea to light a stick on fire and then poke the flaming rock with it, which promptly combusted and just ignited the entirety of Veilwen's workshop. The two quickly tried to hide the fact that Veilwen's workshop was incinerated and said nothing about it for the rest of the night. Next morning rolls around. Scotty shows up to invite Marin, Veilwen, and Calren to a masquerade ball at the palace. Each one was allowed to bring one guest. Kuzo said declined going as it reminded him of worse times. I think Levy is going to go with Marin. Calren's going to bring Lorcian, and Veilwen has been told that she's going to bring Kazuha.
Not that she had a choice to begin with.
She does. It's just she's not going to decline. Marin said that Veilwen's hair has gotten way too unkempt and messy, so the two proceeded to go get Veilwen cleaned up, and they had a touching moment to bond and learn more about each other. And Veilwen realized that Marin is more like her than she thought, and Marin realized that Veilwen is tougher than she looks. And then upon returning to the dining hall where the party met up again, Amika immediately tried to prank Veilwen to get Veilwen to go walk in on her sister again. However, Lorcian very quickly shut it down as he can always see through Amika's bullshit. Kuzo, not learning his lesson, continued to tease Veilwen, and Veilwen eventually had enough and punched Kuzo through the ceiling. Many cards were used and handed out. Also, Sulex rolled a nat 20 and has escaped the maelstrom.
Can we get a round of applause for Sulex?
No, because none of you were even in the server when this happened, except for Cole. So Cole's the only one who gets to do a round of applause.
Please Thank you.
Doesn't
Yeah,
even
because
fucking pick it up!
Oh, there's the saddest clapping ever.
It reminds me of the Super Smash Bros. Clapping with no music. Like those super realistic clapping sounds.
My mic's not sensitive enough for that
At the
right
end
now.
of the session, I believe Veilwen had just seen what happened to her father's workshop.
what?
So
No.
snuck out the window.
And he was like crawling around to go to the door to grab his shoes, and then
Something to note: Amica is a rascal. And she opened the door, while still in line of sight to Veilwen, after Lorcian shut down her first prank. So, make of that what you would like. Once everyone has loaded. I preloaded this map too, so.
loaded.
I am actually here on time.
You good, Marius?
Yes.
Oh, also, Kuzo, like, his new form, I don't know, a lot of people are gonna jump his bones. He doesn't look like a gremlin anymore. Just to put it out there. Oh, I can't wait for Levy to see Kuzo in his new. Oh god,
Oh no.
because Levy's just perpetually E, and Reed's not really in the picture anymore. And Levy could kick Kuzo's ass, so I mean, all the criteria's there.
Shit, he's right.
All right, time
Oh,
has
boy.
resumed. It is 12:20.
He was just carefully gonna open the door while making sure that Veilwen isn't looking at the door. And then
Velen,
just,
you can roll. Lorcian, you absolutely hear the door open. Velen, you can roll perception. Kuzo, give me stealth.
Unfortunate. Lorcian's just going to look at Kuzo. Oh, welcome. I'm only kidding. I'm only kidding.
Oh, come on!
Why?
Go for it!
He has to come back anyway. Let's
No, he
face it.
doesn't. He took his shoes. That's all Kuzo has.
Oh,
His shoes and blood
figure.
rate.
where are you going, Kuzo?
Ah, there it is.
Yeah, as Kuzo's like leaning in, just freezes.
Oh, ever get that feeling of deja vu? Except this time it's his shoes, not Ken's potion.
Oh my god.
How much is his heal again? Ken's just
Kuzo-
staring at him like, what the fuck?
Kuzo grabs his
what's
shoes,
going
and
on?
then Kuzo just quickly grabs his shoes and then door closed. Go.
In a panic,
Wait,
Kuzo sky breaks, shatters all the windows.
I'm not fast. I'm just running.
Lorcian, why is Kuzo sneaking around?
Lorcian's gonna look to the fucking destroyed lab and look at the door. I have no idea. He's gonna just look back at the fucking destroyed lab.
Don't sass me, Lorcian!
Uh-oh.
Is this his fault? What the heck? What happened?
That one almost cursed.
Almost.
He almost got there.
Almost. Well, do you remember that rock that you had put on the anvil?
He messed with it, didn't he?
Somebody left it near the forge, and it kind of drew the flames. Damn.
Yes,
That's what I would have him do.
Well, I mean, you got
It drew
Amica
the
there.
flames of a very long stick that Kuzo had.
Amica's
Eh.
Kuzo put a stick to it?
She wants to stick it to the rock.
There's. You don't got to question me about this. He's outside.
So you can keep navigating wherever it is you're going, by the way.
But yes,
This is
Kuzo
all happening-
touched a flaming
Sorry.
flaming stick to the.
This is all happening in real time, so while Lorcian and Veilwen are talking, Kuzo's fucking running for it. So I'm trusting Cole is just actually moving around on the other map.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kuzo went outside, got a stick after I told him not to, put it in the forge, and then touched it to the rock. And the entire place exploded.
Listen, just telling him to stop isn't the same as actually stopping him!
Oh shit. Destruction 100.
What am I going to do?
Defeat him.
You have bells,
Shit.
Lorcian! It was a
I
stick!
didn't know what happened either. We didn't know what happened either. It was just a stick, but it was either that or have him throw it in the forge.
It was a
And I don't know what would have happened. You're right.
My father's workshop is destroyed! And now we have to get it repaired! How are we supposed to fix our gear for when we go to Arcadia?
Fix what?
Never mind. We're...
No, hang on. Fix what?
The workshop! I'm gonna need our tools and stuff.
You said fix a cure or something.
How are you gonna
Fix our gear.
Oh, our gear. Okay.
Emika just like slinks away. As the one with future sight. Oh, what the fuck? What's up with the wall right here? You can see through this wall. What the fuck?
Yeah, I've noticed that for a while now. I just didn't say anything.
You piece of shit.
Always tell the DM when missing walls appear.
Yeah, I still have to finish the entire second floor with walls.
Oh, hang on. Where are you headed off to? You're gonna go find Kuzo?
Of course! He now owes me a debt.
Oh shit! Oh god, Kuzo's in double debt.
You could probably fly and find him.
Uh-oh.
Yes, I'm aware of how to find... never mind, I'll be back.
That just leaves Lorcian.
There's... Set this to roll.
Veilwen takes to the sky.
Did I see where Amika went?
Did you?
No. Okay.
Well, is your answer? Also, I imagine your back would have been turned to face Veilwen.
Okay, yeah. So we'll go talk to the only other person in here after just, you know. He's fucking gone. All right. I found him. Unfortunate.
Meanwhile,
Very fortunate.
Let's jump over to Port Sidon with Kuzo.
Cool.
1 second.
Oh, okay, thank you.
I'll allow it, although I don't actually. Oh shit! Everything, all the tokens are gonna be tiny for Veilwen because she's up in the sky. So it shrinks everything. That works out pretty well. Okay, Veilwen, you're flying around trying to find the Kuzo. Well, actually, okay, Lorcian, are you heading back out to the city?
Yeah.
Okay, then I could just activate that map. Are you okay? So Kazuha, you see, so as you open the villain's, front of the villain's house, you see Kazuha making his way outside.
Headed off to find Kuzo too.
Oh, I'm heading off to make sure that Miss Veilwen does not do something she regrets.
Kuzo's a tough lad.
Yeah, the ceiling was also a tough lad when Kuzo's head went through it. Like how Beastman got left behind. He didn't go through the teleport.
No.
Fucking just Veilwen tosses him down, throws him off. You stay here. Oh.
Marius, are all the other tokens like tiny for you?
Yes.
Yeah, it's because you're 30 feet in the air, so it shrinks them down because they get smaller the farther away you get. Okay, so that's just Veilwen. As you guys exit, you see Veilwen sprout her wings and take off, and yeah, she's out of here. She is flying angry. Kazuha like breathes himself in wind and then takes off after her, keeping a fair distance away so that Veilwen doesn't notice.
Lorcian's gonna look to the sundial on his wrist and just look left and right.
Like I said, this is happening in real time.
Oh, okay.
You guys can all do stuff. I'll keep track of it.
Where in the hell did he go? I know he's not gonna go to Kilton's. He might.
These tokens the same size. Icon.
This Veilwen's flying around. She's keeping her eyes peeled for any signs of a white-haired Kuzo.
Okay. Roll perception whenever you want to check. Investigate an area. You do not detect anything, although you do see Lorcian walking around. You can barely make him out, though, but you can only tell that it's him because of all the white coming out from behind him. There it is!
Veilwen, she briefly flutters down to the entrance of the blacksmith.
Okay.
She pokes her head in to see if Fike is there.
Yep. You hear the clinking of his hammer. Ching! Actually. I hope that was super realistic. I don't have a hammer and anvil. I have hammers, but I don't have an anvil anymore.
You have a car. I'm kidding.
Excuse me, Fike.
I saw that shit. Sorry, continue.
I'm in a bit of a rush. Would you happen to have seen a man with white hair and gold horns?
Afraid not, lass. I definitely remember someone looking like that.
Alright, thank you, Fike. Veilwen, takes to the skies. Veilwen, she flies up and then lands near the Adventurers Guild.
Okay.
And her wings retract.
Okay. Are you going in the Adventurers Guild?
Yeah.
Okay, you can just go in the Adventurers Guild. I received a message from Sarah. Yes. Yes, he did. I'm sure Mary saw that too, and he's just trying to hide it. Alright, let's jump to the Adventurers Guild. Actually, Lorcian, you look like you're at the tavern. Are you doing anything at the tavern?
Yeah, I just didn't want to activate the scene because Lorcian's just going to poke his head in, have a look around, call out for
Okay.
Kuzo, and then leave.
Yeah. So do those things.
Kuzo, are you in here?
Even if he was, the tavern's pretty busy, so if he was, he probably wouldn't have heard you.
Then Lorcian will head in and start to look about.
You do not see Kuzo anywhere. Oh, Actually, I can make this more interesting. If you guys want to give me like 5 minutes.
Sure.
Cole, why do you have a flipped over card?
I don't know, actually. I shouldn't.
Have to fucking just defeat you.
I don't actually know what. Wait, I got a card. I don't remember flipping it. I have no fucking clue why that was flipped.
Well, I must be rid of it.
Alright.
What was it?
There, I gave you a new one.
Alright.
Oh, my actual F. Oh, it's probably gonna be in this folder. There it is. Alright, give me a minute, I have to look something up. Does Lorcian remember what Lily sounded like when you guys were at the beach? When she sang her song.
Yes. I think I do. It was a softer voice. Nothing as I guess. It wasn't loud and outspoken like Scotty. It was more soft and quiet.
Okay, so you're gonna go inside. Okay, I'm gonna do this. I'm just gonna import something. I didn't think I was gonna actually use this thing. Yeah, I'll fucking do this. I've been meaning to do. I was gonna do this earlier or later, but I'll do it now. I'll take care of it. Okay, we're good. We can continue.
Cole's gone.
I think he's-
Of course he is.
You said we were taking a break, and that's his cue to leave.
I didn't say we're gonna take a break. I said give me like 5 minutes to set something up.
That's his cue to leave.
Fucking my cue to shove my foot right up his goddamn rectum. Well, actually, no, it's fine because Cole's not here because he's running around, so we can still do your scene. So yeah, you're going in. You go in the tavern. As you enter.
You actually? Oh, okay.
What?
No, do you actually want me to go in?
That's up to you. Depends on how you answer this question. You do see that Lily is the one performing on stage instead of Scotty. She's about to perform. Do you stay a while and listen, as Scotty did say that Lily suddenly improved overnight.
Yes, I will.
Sleeping Giant. Let me preload this map.
No,
It's okay.
This is quite unfortunate. I find myself in an unfortunate circumstance. Oh, hell. No, I don't. Never mind.
This map's not that complicated, so it doesn't have a lot to load. I need to find Lily's token. At least she's not hostile. And you know what? Alright. Oh no. Damn it. Veilwen's in the Adventurers Guild at the same time. So what we'll do. Take these guys. Take these guys.
I am stealing Veilwen's content.
I'll just hijack these characters and complete them. So only the guild will be epic a little bit. Jump back into the Super Giant, and we'll just.
Oh my god.
I'm missing one. Oh, there you. Oh, he's in the wall. He'd be over here, and then this guy would be like here. No, he would be probably here. So here next. Well, I'll put these three over here. Maris, would you like an observer for this?
Yes.
Oh no.
I really did. That floored me. I didn't think you would say yes.
Right? It's
Alright.
touching me.
Alright, so Lorcian, this time Lily is on stage this time. And so are you gonna stay a while and listen to her song?
Yes, we'll have a seat here. Actually, we'll get something from the bar. I don't have any money, that's right. Yeah, I'll just... I don't have money!
Maris, would you also like... You're not actually here, so Veilwen wouldn't know this, but would you like the translation anyways?
Yeah, sure.
Can't find it. Show to players. Show to Hunter and Marius only. Show. And so you hear Lily as she does her performance. Or you're able to understand it because of your
Alright, it'll be a minute before it actually turns up. So what, do I know the language that she's singing in?
You don't know the exact language, but you don't know the
Okay. Alright.
No, you know what? It's Ancient Draconic. Yeah, we'll say it's Ancient Draconic, that's what you're hearing.
Okay.
Okay, the other one doesn't start. I love that song so much. I have no idea what the fuck she's saying, but like her voice is just beautiful. It's such an awesome shade. It's such an awesome shade of blue, or like a bluish like pink color. It's great. I love it. I listen to this like in my car with the subwoofer and everything, just full blast. Oh, this is the song that blew a hole in my subwoofer.
Good job.
Anyways, yeah. So that is Lily's performance. Lorcian, you are getting an immense presence of magic coming off Lily.
Can I tell what kind?
You have only ever felt this magic one time before. And it was recently, actually.
Recently? How recent?
Yesterday.
Was it yesterday?
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out,
Whenever you freed Karen, that day.
Oh, okay. Okay, I understand now.
Did everything just click?
Yeah, I understand now. Okay. Oh. Now I'm sad.
There's the rest of it. It all clicked.
We gotta rob her of her voice. That's what it is. All right.
You don't have to word it like that.
Why do you word it so criminally? Criminal?
Villainous.
Secret intention.
This is what Scott or Lily used to sound like when you guys were at the beach. This was the song she sang. It was like slightly out of sync. We're not gonna play
Take a taste, you'll need it when the mood is tight. A magic brew to set the feeling right.
That's what she sounded like.
I heard no vocals. I only heard music.
What a shame. I'll try that again. Let me know when you hear the vocals.
Take a taste, you'll need it when the mood
Alright, I heard
is
it.
tight. A magic brew to set the feeling right. Come on.
So, you can compare it to him. So, Lorcian, what do you do?
Well, I assume everybody's, clapping and such.
Everyone's clapping. A couple people are actually tearing up at how beautiful her voice is.
Lorcian will clap as well.
From
and
your
can't...
angle, from where you're sitting, you can see, like past the, I don't even know what this place, like backstage basically. You can see Scotty. She looks just absolutely elated. Like she's so proud of her sister. Did I mention collecting the cloud cards was not going to be easy?
I think I just found that out. But yes, Lorcian will clap and be sad.
Good. I will sit here and enjoy these Pockies.
Lorcian will start leaning in a seat, see if he can see Kuzo in any of the benches.
Nope.
Alright, then he will stand up and head out.
Alright, let's jump over to the Adventurers Guild, Zam. Veilwen! I am actually going to reverse time 5 minutes to account for the song that Lorcian was listening to, because it's happening while Lorcian was in the other shot in the other place. The Adventurers Guild this afternoon, about lunchtime, not too crowded. There's about 3 people in here, excluding the clerks who I don't have tokens for. What do you do? Well, I go throw this at my sister.
What?
I can still hear you.
Finish the job!
Velen approaches the nearest table. I apologize for interrupting, but have you seen a man with white hair and gold horns pass by?
Oh.
Someone like that.
No, I was going to assist in my shopkeep voice.
It's not a shop though, it's the Adventurers Guild.
Ah, I understand.
I just like to shout this from across the house. Everyone's like, what the fuck? Oh sorry, who are you saying this to? Oh, at the table. Right?
Yeah.
Which ones are you just saying it to both?
Both.
Oh god, okay. The pair
Die.
of them, so one of them, kinda tall, he's got a white scarf, with a intricate pattern. It does remind— Ow!
Does remind us of Owl.
Are you alright?
I hit my wings off the table.
Oh.
That really hurt.
That is unfortunate.
The scarf has a pattern similar and not unlike that of Kuzo's armor. Except his scarf is white. Kuzo's armor is red. The girl, she has long-ish blue hair. I think she's holding a rather sophisticated-looking sword. It's a katana. She has like a long, like bluish black, like trench coat type of thing, and the sword is on her hip, similar to like how Kazuha carries his blade. Sorry, could you repeat whatever? What? Could you ask whatever it is you were asking them?
I apologize for interrupting, but have either of you seen a man with white hair and gold horns pass by?
They kind of stare at each other and then back to you. No, I don't. So the girl, no, I haven't seen anyone like that. Although he does sound like an interesting fellow. Whereas the guy. Oh, nope, can't say I've seen anyone like that. Doesn't ring a bell. Is he strong?
Kick his ass.
Yes. But anyway, thank you for your time. I must be off. Spellin turns to leave.
Well, you seem like you're in quite a hurry. Did he do something? Is he a criminal?
No. I'm just wondering where he went.
Oh, is that him? Oh, wrong. Damn it.
Velen turns to the entrance.
Hi, Veilwen. I'm just...
Kuzo!
I mean, give me my observer. Give me my observer. Give me my observer, please.
No, we're already out.
Oh, you piece of shit.
Kuzo, get back here! Velen runs out the building.
Do I hear the shouting?
Unfortunately, no. Even with your anime ears, you are just too far away.
Gotta run.
Spellin, she sprouts her wings and begins chasing Kuzo.
Oh, if you're flying and Kuzo's running, you can outfly Kuzo running, I think. Actually, no, Kuzo, what's your run speed?
60 with a boost of speed.
Oh my god.
Kuzo can outrun Veilwen flying!
Kudo looking behind him like it's a horror movie. Oh no.
So the way this scene would play out, so Kuzo would be like, oh god, okay, we're gonna do it this way, folks. This'll work. Give me figures. Okay, this one could be Veilwen. You guys are gonna get a bird's eye view at this, maybe, if I can get the camera to sit correctly. I cannot get the camera to sit correctly.
Unfortunate.
There we go. So, from your angle here, this would be Kuzo. Right?
Yeah.
This would be Veilwen, who is, like, up here. Right? And then this would be Kazuha, who is, like, over here. So, as you like turn and look behind you, this is what you would see. You would see Veilwen flying after you, and you would see Kazuha flying after Veilwen.
Shit. How can I do to lose them? Oh,
Kuzo, get back here! I just want to talk! I swear! Kuzo just screaming over.
Kuzo, I just want to talk!
I just want to help you to death.
Oh.
As it looks like Kuzo's just picking up in more speed as he's running, he just suddenly stops, like dead. To the... Just like... And then immediately starts running the opposite direction.
I see what you're doing. Fuck you. Also, you guys remember when you first arrived in this timeline and Veilwen, or at the time Nightfall, was like, how's Kuzo looking? Is he dead? Because you guys went a short distance? And you're Kuzo running a goddamn marathon? Okay.
As you see Kuzo just speed by the opposite direction under you.
Uh-oh.
Wait, no, stop!
Veilwen should have taken Kazuha's lesson on flying.
I didn't know that's what he was saying. Kuzo, get back here!
Oh no. So as you decide to attempt to make a sharp turn with your wings, you want to let fate decide this, or you want me to decide this?
You decide.
You gotta try and make a sharp turn. Basically, you're trying to stop completely and go the other way. The laws of physics do not abide by that. Specifically, the law of inertia. An object in motion will continue that motion until acted on by an outside force. Well, you don't have an outside force to stop you. So, in your attempt to stop, yes, you don't actually know how to do this, your wings just kind of falter, and you lose all of your altitude and start plummeting straight to the ground. You're falling, the ground is approaching you very quickly, and you don't know how to regain, how to stabilize yourself in this kind of situation. What do you do? You're like tumbling and flopping and like spinning because you tried to like reverse your direction on the spot.
Veilwen will quickly attempt to cast Featherfall on herself.
Okay. As you go try to cast it, you're panicking as the ground is approaching even faster, and you fumble the incantation and cannot get the spell to execute properly. Fortunately, Kazuha, who has been following you this whole time, just kind of swoops in and catches you and like lands on the ground, so you don't go splat. Oh my god, be still! You don't actually need the token out, right?
No. Yeah.
The token. It's less things to load.
A brief moment of panic as Veilwen starts falling.
In the distance, you just hear Kuzo shout out, "You already punched me! You can't punch me again! That's how it works!"
Does he turn back? Like, do you shout it, or you just shout this forward? Or do you
I turn back. I turn back
so you
and...
would see Veilwen, like, plummeting.
Yeah.
As she tried to make a sharp turn to catch you and cannot. Then it rings true what Akir said. You're gonna protect your friends, but all you're gonna do is lead them to harm.
Shit.
Just gonna slip that in there for some reason.
Kuzo starts running back, but then notices Kazuha kept her in
It's the
time.
lesson.
Helicopter. Okay.
Oh, time to keep running.
Yep.
Oh Miss Veilwen, you must be careful.
Wait, Kaz, what are you doing here? What,
I followed you to make sure you don't do anything rash.
wait,
He's still like holding you, by the way. That maneuver to pull off is very difficult. You cannot just simply change your direction while in flight, or you'll cancel out all your forward momentum and plummet. You must be careful.
Vaughn recollects herself. Right, these aren't my old wings. Kazuha, thank you. I don't know what came over me. Thank you for, your concern. I just got frustrated that Kuzo would do something like that again.
Again? Wait, like what?
Well, he's careless.
I wonder
Reckless.
who else said that recently.
yeah, exactly.
I guess now it's good. I see, and while I believe Kuzo should probably face recompense for it, probably not at the cost of your own safety.
Of course, this, Velena, she realizes what position she's in. Is there anyone around? Or are they alone?
Well, Kuzo's in the fucking corner.
Just fucking,
Is he peering behind a building?
just fucking
He's
walk
in a
through
bush.
Lorcian.
Kuzo has gone full circle on this day, boys.
Maris, do you want the favorable outcome to be even or odd?
Even.
And what's your favorable outcome? That you're alone or just people around?
Bro,
That there's people around.
There's people around. Actually, the obligatory old, wives kind of just, power walking down the street. You see them kind of just, staring at the two of you. And they're, whispering to each other as they're, just power walking down the street. Fucking cool. I just see him, fucking looking out the corner of my screen.
Kuzo.
What the fuck did you tell her?
What do you mean what I told her? You're the one who fucking ran. What was I supposed to tell her after you ran?
I don't know.
I explained to her what happened.
Okay. Did she punch you? Too?
No, because I told you not to. I don't think she's going to hit you either. Maybe.
It doesn't matter, I suppose. Seems I've ended up setting up a moment for her and Kazuha unintentionally.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
that you did.
How do you know about that? They're way over that way.
She was flying, so was Kazuha.
You guys are also 1,000, 1,200 feet. You guys are 1,200 feet away from them, just so you know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I have to change the map.
Thankfully, this will distract Veilwen for a little bit so she's not immediately on the warpath.
You know, the longer you run, the more she's going to brood, right?
Cool. Can I get you to pick even or odd?
Even.
Run.
That is a 13. Anyways, continue. continue. Speaking of Kazuha and Veilwen, Kazuha and
Okay, I'll
Veilwen.
be.
Oh,
Um,
I'm with Cole again. Fuck.
Walk over. You could just walk over and leave Kuzo there.
I have no clue what you're talking about. Leave who where?
Lorcian just puts a hand up to like Kuzo's face and just walks away.
Shut up. Oh,
Kazuha, hold on. I'm all right. Thanks again. You can put me down.
Lorcian's just gonna lean on the side of the building and just watch.
Again, you're 500
Oh.
feet away from that.
Oh my god, okay, it is like, it is that far. Alright, then let's move to this building. Is that any better?
No. I'll.
Alright, is that is that better?
Use Veilwen as cover.
My point is that this bridge is huge and there aren't any buildings immediately near it. You'd have to be like here.
Okay.
What? Oh, right. Of course, Stalin. My apologies.
Veilwen,
He sets you down.
Veilwen recomposes herself and no, it's-
Sorry, roll me luck real quick.
To not die.
Let's see if Veilwen gets lucky.
That has two meanings.
It'll be contested. Your DC is 24, contesting his own charisma. Oh my god!
24, please.
That's how you rolled a 12!
She has a modifier of 24, at least.
11, 18. Oh my god, your modifier 29. Okay, yeah. Should have doubled that. Damn. Alright, so as he sets you down and, like, basically you unhook your arm from around his neck, you do manage to actually, like, brush against his hair. You now know what Keswell's hair feels like. It's somewhat coarse, but still kind of like soft, I guess. It feels, it's more, if you have to relate to something, it feels more akin to Levy's mane. It's like that'd be like the fur like around the back of her neck, or like the mane of a dog, where the fur is a bit coarser but still soft. You have a cat, so I don't know what part of a cat would have fur that feels like that. I've only ever had dogs. Sorry. Side note. Now that you've actually managed to pet Jack, Lorcian's tails are soft like Jack's fur. So was Marin's tail. Not that you ever got to touch it. That's
Oh, there goes
going
going perving again. Going perving again.
You're gonna go perfect. Anyways.
This is infuriating. Now, on top of having to find the Wellerman, get him the ship, and get to Arcadia, we also have to fix my father's workshop. Oh, I can't believe Kuzo sometimes.
I'm sure he didn't intend to do that.
But Kazuha, this happens a lot. Wait, did Lorcian join the conversation?
Yes,
What do you say?
Kaz was right.
Yeah, but Lorcian, Kuzo, he does this all the time.
Well, he does. But at the same time,
Say that.
yeah, at the same time, I can see where what he was trying to do, and it wasn't inherently bad because he didn't know what was going to happen. If you don't know what happens, the only way to find out is to do it.
Yes, but why in my house? I know we were looking after it, but Lorcian, you told him to stop. But
yes, I told him to stop, but
why didn't you actually stop him?
because I don't like to do that. I don't like to try and get confrontative? Is that the word?
Confrontation.
Yeah, I don't like to. No, that's not the word. The confrontation is.
You know, like, what are you trying to say?
I don't like to confront. There.
Yeah, you just don't.
I don't like
to confront people.
Yes.
But Lorcian, from the sounds of it, you could have easily just stopped Kuzo.
With your
It was a
infinite
stick.
Wall of force. Put him in a box. It was a stick. No, it was the Zephyr Blade.
Yes, I could have. I didn't know that was going to happen either. But I did put out the fire before anything else managed to catch.
I know, Lorcian. Thank you.
Before anything else managed to catch the whole workshop.
1 second.
Okay, well, both Lorcian and Kuzo are AFK.
Alright, I'm back.
Oh, okay. Well, that was faster.
All right, Lorcian.
But
I'll start go cleaning up.
if it helps, we could probably try and mend the stuff that's in there.
They
And
can't.
that could... No? Okay.
Mending,
but,
Lorcian would know that mending wouldn't work. It's too far gone. And a lot of it is too intricate. The tools aside, most of the tools are okay. It's the complex machinery that's just done. Especially the CNC machine. Really hope Beasto doesn't lose his eye. You won't be able to carve another one.
But for what it's worth, I'll try to help you fix it.
I'm not getting up to help.
Well, I am getting up to help. That's what I made clear.
Thank you, Lorcian, but I just don't know if we have the funds to
Well,
do this right now.
we're going to Arcadia. And does Lorcian know anything about Arcadia? Did we ever find out that was technological place?
That was everything was like that Arcadia's in the industrial age? No.
Yeah, okay.
No, that you would hear rumors of it, like Sulix's ship was pretty high tech for what it was, considering how fast he could sail and whatnot, and that his ship was built in Arcadia.
Alright. But we might can find something in Arcadia to fix it with. Or maybe even replace it. Who knows?
Well, no, but we needed tools and stuff to prepare for the journey, not.
When did
when
we
we
need
get
to
there.
prepare for the journey? What were we going to prepare?
Oh shit! Veilwen can't. Oh no! God damn it, Cole! You piece of
What were
shit!
we going to...
Breaks down a bunch of things.
Never mind, Lorcian. I'm not in the mood.
Please tell me. If you tell me, I can try to think of another way that we could do what you're trying to do.
The only other way would be to borrow Fike's forge.
But what is the goal?
Actually, no,
well-
the forge
Yeah, the forge is
Which
fine,
is the only thing that survived.
and the tool.
And
It's already made of fire.
And the tools, yeah. The only thing that like the work tables are all destroyed. Like things like hammers and saws are destroyed, but like wrenches and stuff are okay because they're fireproof. And the fucking CNC machine was obliterated, incinerated. So you've got basic blacksmithing stuff. That's all that's in there.
I see, Lors.
Any level of whitesmithing, only blacksmithing.
So tell me what you were trying to do, and might can find something else to do that with.
It's just as long as the forge is alright. That's all. Does Marin and Coward know?
Coward knows. Marin 100% doesn't know. And if Marin finds out, she's gonna kill Kuzo. Like, actually kill Kuzo.
Of course.
That is a shame.
I'll try to think of a way to break it to her without. Oh, Kuzo, you're infuriating sometimes. Yeah, well, I'll meet you there. Velen starts heading home. She sprouts her wings.
Talk about it, Veilwen. At all.
I'm sorry, Lorcian. But, thank you for stopping the fire.
You're welcome, Veilwen.
Velen takes to the skies and returns home.
As you shit.
Whoops.
As you spread your wings, you feel Kazuha. He like does a single pat on your back, but he does like pretty swiftly as you're like leaving, so you almost don't notice it, but you feel it. Kind of just like a pat just below the nape, and then you take off. Oh, I guess nothing to do now but wait for Cole to come back. Right, now that everyone is here, let's see where we left off.
Remember, right? Kazuha was holding Veilwen.
Nope, we got past all that. So Veilwen returned back to her house. Kuzo, you were running away, I think.
I stopped and talked to Lorcian for a minute, and then I started running again.
Yeah, and Lorcian left. And then, like, you guys finished your conversation, Lorcian departed and went to go talk to Veilwen and Kazuha, so now it's just you.
Okay. Maybe she might calm down a bit, now that she's got to be held by Kazuha.
Oh, that fate dice I rolled for you earlier doesn't matter anymore.
What? Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, when did you roll a fate die?
Remember when I asked you a favorable outcome?
Oh, yeah.
Even or yeah, that was a fate die. It doesn't matter anymore. Lorcian did something that changed it and made it irrelevant.
Oh, okay.
Yep. You can decide if you want to thank him or hate him for it.
I don't know. Okay.
I cringed.
Good.
So he'll start making his way back to the house. Maybe she might be a little bit more calm.
So, well, actually, Veilwen's roof height, but you would have landed, right?
Yeah, and head inside.
Okay, so we'll just put you in.
Oh no. What have I done?
Who are you impacting?
I don't know. I touched my keyboard and it's like, no, you cast this. Sorry.
I don't know who you targeted.
I don't know who I targeted either.
It might might have been
Oh, it was my observer. I targeted my observer, I think.
Okay, well, anyways. Veilwen, yeah, okay, so you're in the workshop. So, Kuzo, you arrive back at the house.
You know what? I think I left that window open. I'll just go in through there. Is the window still open from when I left earlier? Or...
Yep, no one would have closed it. There's no one here to close it.
Okay. Just gonna climb in and then shoes off, holding them, and then close the window.
I mean,
Window
at least you
gently.
respect your house enough to take your shoes off before you enter.
Yeah.
Yeah, but climb through the animal like an animal.
Through
Climb
the
through
animal like an...
like an animal?
Oh, fuck. Climb through the window. Whoops. Did I really say that?
Yes, you did.
Yeah.
Animal like an animal.
That's the
Oh,
this is
okay.
the episode title.
You were recording this, right? Can this be the
Yes.
highlight?
Yeah, sure.
What?
Someone
Jeez.
please make a timestamp.
Oh,
11:09.
I got it.
I can't actually go through the window, so
Oh, right. I have to do it. There you go.
okay. And then close it behind.
Veilwen, as you enter the workshop and begin cleaning, you happen to just turn around to see Kuzu walks out of the dining room. Shoes still in hand as he steps through the window.
He's in range. You can defeat him.
Veilwen just returns to cleaning.
Oof! That hurts more for some reason. Cole, can I get a wisdom save?
As Veilwen doesn't have prestidigitation like everyone else, so her cleaning is not doing that much.
Cole, you feel just fucking absolutely awful. Like, just destroyed. Aster would be ashamed of you.
Feeling Demon's Guild.
Rolled an 8, just so everyone knows he rolled an 8.
Yeah, I accidentally set that to Pride Groups. Feeling Demon's Guild. Kazuha walks over, puts his shoes near the door, and then grabs the bucket and broom they grabbed last night. And, well, prestidigitation helping Veilwen try to clean.
Again, prestidigitation cleans a a patch this big. That's all it does.
Rapid fire, then boom, 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 boom.
Went over this last night. You're gonna have to cast like 2,500 times to fucking
Oh,
clean
right,
out,
shit.
like, a single tile.
Shit, you're right.
Alright, before we go any further with that, let's jump back out to Port Sinai where Lorcian and Kazuha exist. Yeah, I don't remember if these two departed.
Well,
I am going to return and see that Miss Veilwen is okay. It was her father's workshop, and I'm sure it meant much to her. So she is that is likely why she is so distraught that it is destroyed. As he flies off. Now it's just Lorcian.
Yeah, Lorcian is also going to go. Just straight through the houses.
Yep.
Just walk right into someone's front door and right out the back door.
Alright, so Kuzo, what are you doing?
And to help Veilwen clean.
We have to adjust the timing here. Because Kaz would arrive. Alright, so, Kuzo. This is all you, bud.
as Kuzo walks up and starts helping clean, you just hear him mumble to himself in a tone that doesn't seem like his normal one, just slightly different. Just, God, I never learned, do I?
Akir was right, apparently.
Yeah.
Retroactive storytelling, my friends. I just say shit and hope it works out.
Veilwen continues cleaning over here.
Beware the box near the beware the box over there on the table. It's got the rock in it. Kuzo just says.
Yes, Kuzo.
It was the toolbox with all the metal tools.
Right.
That Veilwen would know that. Veilwen would know what that box is for.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I believe the two of them dumped out the tools that were in it.
That is correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the tools are in a pile next to the toolbox. And the rock is in the toolbox.
It's actually a rock box now.
So, Maris, just so you have a better inclination of what this looks like, you know my bag of sockets that belong in kits but aren't in any kits because my garage is a disaster? That's what your workshop looks like.
Okay. Now I'm sad.
Well, actually, his garage looks better because it's not burnt to shit.
I mean, you say...
I don't know.
My garage might as well be burnt to shit.
Veilwen looks around to see what's left.
Damn it! What the fuck is that noise?
Sigh.
Well, okay. Like, what do you mean by what's still intact?
Yeah.
The forge. And the metal tools, like the wrenches and stuff.
And the floor.
Any hammers?
Hammerheads.
Yep.
A lot of the tools are like blued from the heat and warped. Warped and deformed.
So all of the damaged metals that can be reforged, Veilwen will put into a pile.
Okay. More or less all the metals. They have to be reshaped. The forge itself is charred, but it still is functioning. Because it's a device meant to be burned, so... A lot of the softer metals that were in here, anything that would have been like... Actually, we can use a metal chart here. I think anything that would have burned under high heat or lower has just become slagged.
Oh my god.
So if there was copper, silver, brass,
I'm working on it. Structure, world structure, materials and resources. And we want to sort by smithing challenge. Let's see. Sort A to Z. So, the list goes dark steel, steel, calendrite, amordrine, copper, tin, gold, frost gold, silver, bronze, iron, mithril, arcanite, quicksilver, black gold, rye steel, and tenzonite. What did I say? Anything that was high heat or lower?
Yeah.
Okay, so I ignore the last four. So dark steel, steel, calendrite, amordrine, copper, tin, gold, frost gold, silver, bronze, iron, mithril, arcanite. Everything else is fine, but I don't think you have anything outside of that. I'm on it. I'm on it. Don't worry. I got you, fam. I'm just gonna post in general chat for everyone's leisure. This is the stuff that's anything that was made of these materials has been slagged.
Oh hell yeah.
Weren't the hammers and stuff made out of iron?
Yes, the wood has burned away, but the hammerheads have been slagged. So they kind of resemble you could still use it to hit stuff.
But
it
it
doesn't look like a hammer anymore.
It looks like a weird puddle. And if
Looks
you
like a
were to
blobfish.
use it as a, and if you were to use it as a hammer, people would be like, "Just go get a hammer."
This was one.
Oh,
so all of the remaining slagged iron Valen will put into a pile.
Yeah,
Because I don't
all
think
that
there would have
stuff-
been anything else.
Yeah, so I guess everything is fucking destroyed except for the forge then.
Yeah.
You can salvage all the tools, all the metal tools, and reforge them into the tools again. Anything that had wood, the wood's been burned away, so you need to rebuild them with new handles and such. The fucking vice that was attached to the desk is ruined. The table is burned away and can't stand upright anymore. Like a lot of it's like the tabletop is charred and is collapsing.
is it okay to move?
Oh yeah, you can still move. We're gonna say that Kuzo is just like sweeping or mopping or whatever the fuck you're trying to do with the floor. Oh, okay. I should explain what happened. The floor has been incinerated, so it's like it briefly turned to lava and then flash froze back into rock. So it's like you're like walking on like volcanic rock at this point. The stone, the ornate stone carved floor that was once here that made up the work floor is now like it turned to molten rock and then just formed in this jagged like shale kind of shit. Does that make sense?
Thank you.
Describe anything. If you've ever been to a volcano and it's all jagged and rocky and shit, that's what the floor is.
Yeah, so even though the floor would have been heat resistant, this level of heat was just absolutely destructive.
Now,
It was hot.
I did make this map really, really quickly to adjust the room. This chair is not special. It also was contrary to popular belief. Anyways,
Yeah,
Kuzo.
sorry about that.
Lorcian was making his way over here. Oh wait, no, he wasn't. No, hang on. I have to do something first. Sorry, Cole. Sorry. I was waiting for Cole. Cole, you were doing stuff. Go.
Oh, just helping Velen try to clean up what I can.
Okay. You see Kazuha entered the workshop. He doesn't really say anything to you. He just kind of walks past you. He walks up beside Velen. Miss Velen, are you alright?
Owen is trying to scrub some of the metal, like some of the grime off it, separate it from the wood. She doesn't look to Kazuha. Yes, Kazuha, I'm alright.
I know that this workshop was important to you. He like kind of leans in a little bit closer and like talks really quietly, so Kuzo can't hear, but Lorcian, who's in the other room, can still very easily hear this. I was hoping to keep this quiet, but I feel it would be useful for you, and at least allow me to repay some of your hospitality. My family is a family of blacksmiths. If you would like, I can reforge these slagged tools back to what they once were. However, I would need wood to fix the hammers and such. The hammers and chisels. But I can reforge the tools. It looks like your forge is still in working order.
Velen, she pauses. Is Kazuha kneeling, or
Why would he be kneeling?
oh, Velen is?
Are you crouching?
Well, yeah, like the metal pile and stuff. That she's
Oh, I thought
separating
you were,
from the wood.
I thought you were standing and holding.
Oh.
It. Yeah, okay, yeah. If you're crouching, then he'd be kneeling down. He'd be like down on one knee next to you, trying to talk quiet. He's talking very quietly. So I'm pretty sure he prefixed the conversation with that he was trying to keep it quiet. So I think, right?
Yeah.
Velen turns to Kazuha. Tears streaming down her face. And she wraps her arms around him.
Without saying a word, he returns your hug.
I was so happy that Akir hadn't modified anything in this room. It was one of the few connections I had left with my father. But now it's ruined.
I can only imagine that this would be difficult for you, but I will do what I can to help. I'm sure Kuzo feels awful what he's done, but I'm confident he didn't mean for this to get so out of hand.
I know Kazuha. I know he means well.
He means well, but he can be a bit of an idiot. To be frank.
Velen, she sits back and wipes her eyes. You need wood, right?
To repair the hammer, but I will start with these other tools. It looks like the markings indicating what they are isn't badly damaged, so remaking them shouldn't be too difficult. This forge will need fuel. I'm to do all the smithing. I know exactly what to do for fuel.
Alright, thank you, Kazuha. I'll go see what I can do about wood.
Allow me to at least deal with all the ash and soot in this room. And he raises his hand, one hand on his sword, and he raises his hand, and a cyclone of air, cyclone of wind just kind of forms, pulling all of the ash and dust into a pile into the room. And then he does this, he just puts his hand palm facing down, just pushes it down, and he just air pressure just compresses it down into a chunk of ash, just a big ass rock, basically. That should at least prevent, as he points to the door, soot-covered footprints from being tracked all over the house from when Kuzo exited the room, tracking ash into the hallway. I will be back momentarily. I need to go acquire the fuel.
You can do that. Go help Velen.
Ah, Kuzo, perfect.
I'm just causing nothing but problems.
Hey,
Heroes
come
right.
back here. And he like places his hand on your shoulder and starts walking away, dragging you with him.
Kuzo stomps his foot down onto the ground. Try to halt him. I caused nothing but problems.
And you're going to make amends for it. And he
My
turns, and from his red eyes, a pale green like energy starts flowing. You can start seeing like his hair start the little white or the red streak is starting to fade back to solid white, and some red marks are starting to form on his face.
Doesn't matter if I try to make amends for it. I'll just do more damage doing that.
I'll make sure that you don't. Now come on. He continues to just drag you. At this point, he's now holding you by the collar.
Eventually, Kuzo just stops fighting it.
Now, when you see Kazuha return, fucking Lorcian just left.
Fuck this shit, I'm out. Excuse me, if you please. Fuck this shit, I'm out.
You see, Kazuha return, dragging Kuzo back in here by the collar. He does still have like the pale green energy kind of manifesting around his eyes. The red streak, has now disappeared, and there's some red marks like starting to form on his face, and partway down his arm. They're not completely there. They're really faint.
Kazo, what's going on?
I went to get fuel to fix your tools.
Just shove fucking Kuzo in the furnace.
Kuzo, you were adept with fire magic, right?
Yes.
Good. You're gonna keep this forge burning hot enough for me to reforge Miss Veilwen's tools.
Right. Kuzo walks over, squats down near the forge, and just starts channeling fire magic right into it.
You're gonna have to do better than that. This forge needs to burn hotter than this.
You just hear Kuzo inhale, and then
Outhale.
the magic output he's putting out increases tenfold.
Cool.
Well, I wouldn't use that word.
Yeah.
More like hot.
Oh. Crispy. Good. Maintain this temperature. I'm going to reforge all of Miss Veilwen's slagged tools.
Right.
There's about, looks like a set of 24 tools. Each one should take about an hour.
There's about 6 other ones down in the basement that Lorcian was using as a set of training weights.
If those are in the basement, they're not damaged, right?
No.
Then why bother bringing it up?
So the set isn't missing any.
Veilwen, you've never seen Kazuha be like this dead serious before.
Veilwen doesn't know what to do. On one hand, she's glad that Kazuha is helping her, but on the other, it's a little unsettling. She's glad she's not Kuzo right now. How's that? How about that?
Holy shit! So, with one hand, he holds it to the forge and just blasts a gust of wind, and the forge just flares up. With the other hand, he uses like a little cyclone to pick up the first slag tool. To put that in perspective, that's like cast iron, and he's using enough wind pressure to lift it up and like hover it over to him.
Veilwen will
In the forge. so you see the end of it, like it's all mangled, so they see it's like start turning red hot.
Velen will begin piling the slags closer to the.
Kazuha stops. For as intense as he was acting, you see now his red streak has returned, the marks have disappeared, and like a look of like shame across his face. I've made a grave mistake.
Kazuha, what's wrong?
The hammers were destroyed. I can't reforge this without a hammer.
My fist for this.
The issue with that, Kuzo, is your fist does not have the right contours to forge a tool.
It's all right. I'll head over to Fikes quickly. I'll be right back.
My apologies, Miss Veilwen.
No, don't worry about it, Kazuha. I'll be right back.
And as you, it happened at 12. Yeah, okay. So Veilwen, as you are on your way out, oh god. From a shout down the hall, you hear. Oh wait, no shit, damn it! Did you go outside already? Holy shit, that was fast.
No.
No, what? No.
You hear a shout from down the hall. Oh, Veilwen, where are you off to in such a hurry? As you see Maren coming down the hall, and the door to the workshop is still open.
Oh no, Maren, hold on. This Veilwen.
What? Why? She just stops, head craned, a full 90 degrees into the workshop. He's just staring.
Maren, it's all right. We're going to fix this.
The work. Why? How? Explain. Somebody now.
I brought home a rock. I wanted to study it, but it was more dangerous. I'll make sure it's removed.
Ellen, it's my fault for this happened. Don't try to take the blame for this.
You're telling me you brought a rock and it burned down our workshop?
I don't know much about it. Lorcian's been communing with it. So that he'd have a better explanation of what it is.
He's been communing with a rock?
He's a shaman, he has weird elemental things, he can talk to them.
Alright, I'm just gonna go back upstairs. I didn't see. Nope, I didn't see any of this. I'm just gonna leave. Yep. You just hear a shout upstairs and say, shout, Karen, the workshop burned down again.
So when she turns to Kuzo.
You look when she turns to Kuzo, his expression is just dead inside looking.
Veilwen nods her head in appreciation.
He doesn't even flinch for what he's doing. He's just
Say he does or doesn't flinch?
doesn't.
Okay.
As Veilwen heads to the blacksmith's.
Okay. Let's jump outside to Port Sidon. Let's activate this map. Lorcian, he left first. Where the oh, you probably went to the Mage's Guild, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
No one informed Lorcian what Kazuha was trying to do because he left before that, so that's really funny. Alright.
Lorcian didn't tell anyone where he was going, did he?
Kuzo knows.
No,
Oh.
yeah.
Oh, we're okay. The party's playing broken telephone again. Let's do this.
God damn it.
I feel like I'm fixing a different part of this mess, but that's fine.
Just had to bring a smoldering rock home, didn't you?
Yep.
Because so many problems.
Or just left the rock, or just smashed it.
Anyway, so Lorcian.
Who knew a pet rock could be this much trouble?
Hey, having a pet's a big responsibility. You doesn't burn down your workshop.
Lorcian is, gonna go in there. Maybe.
Mage's Guild.
Time to bother Jean some more. And Lorcian will knock on the door.
No answer.
That is unfortunate. No, we'll come over here.
Yes, enter the shop with no money. Let's go.
Do I want to do that? Yes, I do. And Lorcian will open the door and head in.
What she has in her inventory is all she can offer you. Just so you know.
Does she have Jean's location in her inventory?
No.
Do you happen to know where the headmaster went?
The headmaster or the acting headmaster?
Acting headmaster.
Jean said that she stepped out, went for a walk. I'm not really sure. That was about an hour or two ago.
Do you know when she will be back?
I'm not sure. Sorry.
Alright. Thank you very much. Lorcian will leave and close the door behind him.
Now that Cole's finally back and we can continue the session, I can enjoy my green tea pockies.
Totally jealous.
That I have a pocky or that I have green tea pocky?
Green tea.
There's a wall glitch here.
Oh, no, just because I made it one solid thing, it's fine.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, you can see down the entire wall,
Yeah.
but you can't see past the wall into the room, so that's fine.
Well, that is all that I was doing here.
Alright, back to Port Sidon for a wild Veilwen. Veilwen.
Veilwen jogs over to the blacksmith.
That was one hell of a jog. Oh, hang on. I need my high quality sound effects. I think I have a bottle of axe in the layer somewhere for the forge.
Veilwen enters the blacksmith.
Oh, back already, lass. What do you need this time?
I need a smithing hammer.
A smithing hammer? Ah, trying to get into the I almost said black arts. The trade into the smithing world.
Yes. Also, our workshop, it might have been damaged, and now we have to fix the tools.
Oh, you're trying to forge tools. Ah, an apprentice blacksmith indeed. Now let me see if I have a hammer for you. He pulls out a big sledgehammer. Here you go. Just return this to me when you're done with it. I must say, I didn't really take you for someone who would want to become a blacksmith. Oh, you'd make a fine warrior's wife for sure.
Fike, Valen starts to make eye contact. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'll have this back when we're done.
Of course, take your time.
So you said sledgehammer, right?
It's a sledgehammer, yeah.
Like, is this one of the big ones?
Mhm.
This is what she needs, right? Or
You'd have to ask Kazuha.
well, but Veilwen forged the buckles on the sling, and that was a smaller hammer, right?
Yes.
Like, are you certain this size of hammer is necessary for reshaping tools?
It's all about how you hold the hammer. If you choke the hammer, you can make more accurate and finite strikes, or if you hold the hammer loosely near the bottom, you can make harder strikes.
I see.
If you're reforging tools, most of your tools are probably already tempered, so they're going to be pretty hard. So I gave you the big hammer in order to get through that hardness.
Oh, I see. I understand.
You went to a blacksmith and told him you needed a tool to reforge tools. He's going to know what to give you.
Yeah, yeah, I know. Thanks again, Fike. I'll be back. Valen turns to leave.
It's a very heavy hammer, by the way. That's why I imagine you're just dragging it the whole way.
Valen will carry it with both hands.
Okay.
And she will.
Just gonna rest it on your shoulder.
Valen will
Double
try to
points
hold
for-
it on her shoulder.
Double points for snapping all the way.
Valen returns home.
Man, now I actually want to go make some green tea. I just ate 5 Pockies at once because of the heat in this room. The coating melted them all together in just a chunk. Why is there an observer here?
Because it was left up in the bathroom, and I decided to
Oh wait, no,
I was
you're
going-
still out. You're still out here. I'll put it back.
yeah, I was using the observer.
Oh, so do we wait for Cole?
No, Cole's just fueling the flames. He's not. Kuzo's not going to respond to anything. He's just going to be a sad sack.
I understand how you feel with me now.
Valen returns to the workshop with the hammer in hand.
Your workshop with the forge like maxed out. Kazuha's taken off his hammer because it's very hot in here. So as you entered, you see it like it's like laying on the couch. As you walk by, you get a whiff of maple. Go ahead and give me a wisdom save with an impossible DC.
Wisdom save?
Yeah, wisdom save.
With an impossible DC.
Yep. Mild PTSD of the whole incident where he ended up with his Howery to begin with. At the scent of the maple.
Out of all the times that she's worn his Howery.
Twice.
This Velena, she shakes herself awake and continues on.
Oh, wait. Okay. Snaps back to reality.
Now she is on the roof. There goes gravity.
Oh, there goes gravity. Oh, there goes gravity. Oh, there goes gravity.
Here, Kazuha, I've brought one. Fike has lent it to us.
Oh, this is perfect. This is exactly what I need. I was concerned you might come back with a small hammer. I didn't actually get a chance to specify the exact type of forging hammer I would need. But I'm glad you knew exactly what to do. You are talented in many areas. As he holds out his hand, he holds out his hand for the hammer.
No, hold on. It was Fike. Fike explained to me that, anyway, here. Vaughn holds it out.
Alright. With Kuzo fueling this forge, you should have your tools done quickly. And he gets right to work. You hold it like Fike, exactly like Fike said, Kazuha, using some slagged tongs, manages to wiggle the wrench out. It's red hot. He chokes the hammer and starts like pounding into it, trying to like knock off all the bits of like slag that can't be used. Then he puts it down on the anvil, loosens its grip toward the end, and raises it up and over his head and just slams down on it. A single drop of sweat off his brow just like flies through the air and just glistens in the light of the floor. This is exclusively what Veilwen sees.
The sway of his hair with each hammer hit.
Yes, and as it glistens, and it just goes over a very depressed Kuzo, but you don't really pay attention to it.
And everything is all distorted vision and kind of wavy from the light, from the heat of the flames.
So, wavy from the heat of the flames?
Yeah, the heat distortion. You know what I'm talking about.
Yep.
His muscles glistening from the sweat.
The single bead of sweat. Oh, I don't like that, but okay.
It's the heat distortion. Though, if you're really zoomed in, you can't really see it. You have to zoom out to see it.
Oh, I don't like that, but okay. Like, I was zoomed just enough to notice it.
Yep. Anyways.
Velen checks the, I can't remember what it's called, the thing with the water in it.
Trough?
Yeah.
Evaporated.
Even from, not, actually, the fucking trough wouldn't be there anymore. It's made of fucking wood.
We're gonna say it's made of metal. Because you're dipping scalding hot shit into it, and if it's made of wood, you actually touch the side of it, you just burn a hole in it, so it's gonna be made of metal.
Okay.
Veilwen, can you go find Lorcian or your sister and fill this trough with water or oil?
Yes, Kazuha. I'll be right back. Veilwen, she begins looking around for Lorcian. Lorcian, are you around?
No.
And then Veilwen heads out to find her sister.
Oh boy, did Cole come back at a bad time.
Bad time? Okay.
As you get close to Marin's door, from behind the door, you hear this time it's Marin shouting. Well, not really shouting, she's talking loudly. You hear through the door. Now, Karen, bow before me and swear your fealty. Cole, you should have been like 15 seconds later and that would have been way worse. What do you do, Marion?
A scene runs through Veilwen's head of Cowran in the same position he was last time, just on the floor, pants on, but shirtless. And then
Oh, he wasn't. He definitely didn't have his pants on.
There was a blanket.
There was a blanket. Gotta keep
Marin in her
Nothings.
oh wait, no, because Veilwen has the mask, so this is just Marin.
Yep.
And Marin power posing before Cowran, like arms crossed, standing, glaring angrily at Cowran.
Except both of them are just not wearing anything. So, what do you do?
Veilwen's eyes are wide, and she shakes herself awake.
What?
Oh,
I know what you mean, but it's still a funny phrase. Just like pass out on the spot.
Oh.
Every time Veilwen like is in a day, she passes out.
Thud on the fucking floor.
We'll have to figure something out ourselves, Beastone. So Veilwen hurries back downstairs.
As Beastone beeps loudly, you hear a pretty distinct thud from behind the door. As someone scrambles up toward the door, you hear like another thud against the door, and then a click. If you would like, you can roll a perception. Your DC will be 10. Okay. You hear Marin whisper. She's trying to be quiet, but she's whispering across her room to Karen. Why don't you ever lock the door? It almost happened again.
This is Veilwen's.
Another part. Never mind. The scene.
This is Veilwen's.
It's fine. The scene played out. Yeah. Sorry.
Veilwen's heading down the stairs. Beastone, we have to be quiet when we're near their bedroom from now on. Because Veilwen hurries into the kitchen. She looks to see if there's like a jug of water or a barrel.
I mean, you have a sink and a bucket.
Is
A
it
shower
like
on 2 floors?
but like is there a barrel that she could put water in to carry?
In the kitchen, no.
Velen checks the storeroom.
There's a few barrels in here, apparently.
Velen will check to see if there's any of them are empty, or if there's one with just water.
Fucking sure, one is empty. I couldn't get my fucking Fate D4 out of the fucking case. It is stuck in there. Yes, there is an empty barrel.
With both hands, Velen reaches around and lifts it up.
You were just barely able to lift it, but you are able to lift it.
Straining, Velen returns to the kitchen and to the sink.
Now I actually kind of wish you brought Lorcian, because he'd be the only one able to help Veilwen with this. Kuzo's occupied, Kazuha's occupied, Karin and Marin are definitely occupied. Amika's probably weaker than Veilwen.
Velen sets the barrel down beside the sink. She begins using a smaller cauldron or a cup to begin.
The faucet can pivot, so you can just
Oh, okay.
pour directly to the
Barrel.
Yeah.
So Velen begins filling it up.
This also means now that it's canon in the game world that plumbing just full on exists.
I mean,
In this
we made the
household,
joke-
at least.
We made the joke about Karin having a lot of patents and royalties, remember?
That's how he's able to afford fucking everything. Yeah, no one's really thought to ask him for funds to get a ship.
Nope, Velen is independent.
Well, in character, we don't have any
He's not.
reason. In character, we have no reason to believe that. So,
What?
What do you
Or
mean?
the
We've
patents
seen
thing.
Karin with all the things that he's done to the house and all the tech.
Wait, didn't he say in character that he brought a lot of his Lodolon knowledge?
No.
to the-
no, that's meta knowledge we've been.
Oh, shit! I thought he said that. Okay, never mind.
I thought he did too.
No.
Whatever, not important right now. Oh, I got the D4 back out.
Congratulations.
Velen waits for the barrel to fill.
Alright, so while the barrel is filling, let's jump outside to port side on where Lorcian is just standing there. Now that I have this D4 out. Oh, it rolled a 1.
Alright. Well, Lorcian's gonna, I guess, start heading back to Veilwen's.
It is starting to rain.
Oh, hell yeah. Lorcian is, I should know. Lorcian's gonna just hurry inside.
Alright. Veilwen, while you are in the kitchen, you recall Lorcian staring up at the ceiling as you're kind of just fiddling around waiting for the barrel to fill. He was staring at the ceiling and pointed at a blue orb that looked like Beastone's eye. You look up around in the kitchen and you can see that there is another one, a separate one, in the ceiling. Then you see almost like an illusion in front of it opening, and it looks like you, from a bird's eye view, you see Lorcian completely soaked, walk through the front door, in front of the blue. So imagine.
Okay.
The ceiling cameras in Walmart, and then
Yeah.
an illusion just kind of an illusory screen appears in front of it, showing a video of Lorcian walking through the front door, soaked. And then as he closes the front door, the video disappears.
Once he's inside, he's going to take off his overrobe and just kind of hang it up on the wall here.
Okay.
And then prestidigitation himself to be dry.
Well, there goes that. Alright. You have dried yourself off. It takes you a while, because prestidigitation only does like a patch like this big.
That is
It
actually
says
okay.
1 cubic foot.
It's like 5 times. 5, 6 times. 6 times.
Yeah, 6 times. Because you're 6 feet tall. I don't think you're more than a foot thick. Okay, so you've dried off. As you get closer toward the workshop, there is an immense amount of heat. You see Kuzo kind of just in the corner by the furnace, fueling it. He's starting to look a little weary as he's been fueling it for a while. For context of what this looks like, Kuzo's just kind of like...
Do you need some help, Kuzo?
Ah, Lorcian, just in time. Can you fill this metal trough with water? As you see a shirtless Kazuha, hammering away at tools on the anvil.
Of course. And Lorcian will point his hand at the trough and fill it with water.
You wouldn't happen to have a spell to fill this with oil, would you?
That I don't think that I do.
A pity. Water will have to suffice then. Meanwhile, Veilwen, your barrel is now filled.
Okay, Beastone, let's get this over to Kazuha. Smelling, she aims at the barrel with her left hand and casts Levitate.
I fucking forgot you had levitate, damn it. I wanted you to struggle to move it.
How big of a barrel is it? Like,
It's not gonna... Levitate
water
is
is-
just barely able to fill it. Just barely. But they're big barrels, so I don't think 500 pounds worth of water could be in there. It's close, but not 500 pounds. So levitate works, but it only lifts like maybe an inch or two off the ground because it's so heavy. And that does translate to Veilwen, so you feel like it's you can feel the weight. You work up a bit of a sweat trying to move it, even though you're using magic, because it's a force of your will. Also, because it would make this scene funnier if you strained a little bit to move it.
Okay, we can do this, Beastone. Velen steels herself and focuses on keeping the barrel aloft. She'll begin to slowly guide it back to the workshop.
is there anything I can help do, Kazuha?
Yes. That spell you used to clean yourself. Right? Would you be
Yes.
potent enough to remove soot and grime from these tools and shine them up?
I actually don't know. I can try. And Lorcian will see if he has to touch the object first. No, thankfully. And then,
I mean, it's gonna cool it, obviously, so...
yeah. Then he will try prestidigitation to try and clean the object.
Oh no, Lucy, wait! I haven't finished forging it yet. Oh, I cooled it down. Oh, back into the furnace it goes. Meanwhile, Veilwen is still bringing the fucking barrel over. Is she in the living room? Yeah, there she is. I opened the bedroom on the upper floor.
She.
Oh, hi, Veilwen.
Lorcian. Oh, you're here?
So disappointed.
Oh, you're here?
It's Vaughn. She brings it into the room.
Well, that's a lot of water.
Did you already fill? Alright. Vaughn sets the barrel down.
Lorcian, did Miss Veilwen not send you here?
No. I arrived from the Mages Guild. I was going to go see how much they would charge us to fix that machine over there. But
Veilwen
Jean
would
was
know
not
that
around.
The Mages Guild wouldn't be able to fix that machine. Only her father could fix it.
Ah.
Veilwen would know that. Or Counter. Counter might be able to fix it too.
It's.
My apologies, Miss Veilwen. I had thought you'd sent Lorcian here, so I had him fill the trough. No matter. I can still use the water that you brought, as this trough will likely evaporate with this much forging.
Of course, Vaughn floats it over. Probably here.
Excellent. Okay, and then he, with these slagged tongs, he picks up a wrench. It's glowing like red hot. Dips it in the water and just steam fills the room. Everyone is damp as the humidity just cranks it way up. Lorcian, would you be able to find a way to seal that door? And he points to the door leading to the office. I don't want any of this steam getting into the office. It could ruin the books.
Seal the door.
Prevent air from
Yeah.
underneath it. Polar force would work.
Yeah. I don't actually have. I do have something. No, I don't. Because I have to be there.
Okay.
Just get a sheet or something and put it over the door on the other side.
Lorcian's just going to look to Veilwen. Do you have, like, a laundry room? Where you keep your spare linens and such?
Cole, does this house have a laundry room?
Fucker.
Like a
Oh,
living
no.
closet or some shit?
There would be something. The room by the master bedroom, that closet.
Sure, we'll use that.
Sure, yeah,
There's
yeah.
so many rooms in this house, we can make one into. Marius can go in and renovate the room whenever he likes. Just pick a room, decide what you want it to be, do the art for it, and then go collect the materials to have it built, and then that's how we'll do it.
Okay.
It allowed me to keep track of what rooms you're making. Because control over Veilwen's house is now in your hand. You log into Incarnate, decorate or pick a room, decorate it, let me know, I'll update the map. And then you guys just
Okay.
conquest to collect, or you can collect the stuff first, whatever tittles your whittle. Okay, well, that's one wrench done. Kazuha hands it over to Lorcian. Can you clean this up and put it on the table?
It's been quenched, right? Just making sure
But
before
it's warm, but it's not hot enough to burn you.
Alright, Lorcian will take it, cast Prestidigitation, and then move to the table and just set it down and watch it slide all the way to the floor.
Oh yeah, because the table's tilted.
Yep.
Ah, that will also be an issue. Lorcian, do you think you could use your magic to fix the table? mending would not work. Lorcian would be able to tell right away that mending will not work.
The table is ash. There's not much I can do.
Do you think you could use magic to rebuild one? Even if temporary?
How long would we need?
Are you asking how long does the table need to exist, or how long
Yes.
of a table you
How long of a table does the table need to exist?
Long enough for me to finish forging all these tools. So I would say maybe 8 hours.
Do I have a create table?
Nope. You're gonna have to figure something out.
All
Or
right.
Miss Veilwen. Veilwen.
Vaughn she'll check the door to the office to see if it's airtight.
It is not. There is a gap underneath the door.
So how much of the moisture is getting in?
I don't know. You're looking at the door. You'd have to check the inside and see how moist everything is.
Vaughn will open the door. Not all the way, just a little bit, and then peek in and close it.
Okay. Around the doorway area, you can see that there's like water, kind of like when you take a hot shower and water builds up on the mirror. You can see it that kind of condensation is forming just along the floor, the newly varnished floor, in front of the door, and it's like spreading as Kazuha quenches more and more doobly-doos tools.
Okay, Lorcian, could you do something about the moisture? I'll figure out the table.
Oh boy. I asked if you had a linen closet.
Yes. That'll work temporarily. I see. All right. I'll be right back then.
Send young Amica for the linens. Can I get you to go locate lumber? We need some lumber to make the handles for these other tools out of, along with lumber to rebuild the table. If you bring me the materials, I can construct the table for you.
Of course. We'll be back. Velen heads off to find Amica.
Kuzo, could I get a Constitution save with a DC of 41? Channeling this much magic is starting to take a toll on you. Your hands are actually starting to burn and you're starting to feel really tired. Your vision is starting to blur.
Steel myself as I try to focus, and
Alright, 49, yeah. You managed to continue.
keep
Clever. I
going.
like the way you used the card. That was good. I like that. I'm gonna give you another card for that.
It's like using a card with style.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was a great way to like role play the use of the card. I like it. It was good. This is a one-time thing. I'm not gonna give you a card every time you do that.
Hang on.
Lorcian would absolutely see the fatigue of Kuzo as it started to set in.
What? I didn't hear you.
Lorcian would absolutely see the fatigue in Kuzo as it starts to set in. He's channeling a lot of magic very intensely.
Kuzo, would you like to go help Veilwen while I take
No,
over?
You go. I will stay here.
Kazuha pretty firmly, as he like strikes whatever tool he's making. No, Lorcian, Kuzo will stay here and man this forge. That is his punishment for the destruction he's wrought here.
He's still getting tired, I can see it.
Just let me go, Lorcian.
Well,
Go
magic...
help them.
Well,
Just go.
you're not the one to be talking to me like that. I'm explaining to Kazuha something. I'm still going to go.
Just fucking get out of here with your... Just get out of here with your long-winded explanations of something that doesn't matter right now. Go.
Long-winded explanation could have stopped this, but
When you say stop this, what specifically are you referring to?
The moment he was trying to tell Kuzo to stop, but Kuzo said, or when Kuzo picked up the stick, because Kuzo ignored Lorcian, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You just did it. Yeah, okay. I thought you were talking to... Yeah. Orsian, you see, Kuzo did something stupid and has caused a lot of damage and has hurt. As he's hammering away, he's getting a bit more aggressive. It has hurt Miss Veilwen greatly. So, he's going to help me fix it. If he has to suffer a little bit for it, so be it.
Oh, Lorcian, leave me here. Quit standing around and go.
I am waiting for Veilwen. Chill the fuck out.
What?
Yeah, what?
Oh, I thought Veilwen already left.
No, Veilwen went to go find Amica.
Oh, right. That's on me.
Oh.
Veilwen really did leave to go find... I didn't put walls up here yet. No. Fuck, no. Who are you again? Mary, stop cheating. I need you to struggle to find Amica while I put walls here, because I forgot. This wall.
Kuzo, does the heat still affect you as bad with the armor or not?
Oh, Lorcian, you don't even have to ask. As you ask that, you can see his hands are starting to show burning, because you can actually feel the pain. Go ahead.
All right.
Roll a d12 and take some damage, some fire damage, as this is gonna bypass your immunity.
Lorcian is going to cast elemental warding on Kuzo.
Don't try to help me with this.
I'm not helping you with this. I'm helping you so you can continue to do
I
this.
understand you were a sheltered child, but Kuzo must pay for what he's done. You helping him, he won't learn. Why won't it let me chain these together? What you do, Lorcian? What are you thinking?
I am thinking at the moment.
Kazuha genuinely sounds angry.
Well, Kazuha, look at his hands. It doesn't... He can... As long as he fulfills the role that you're trying to get him to do, take the time to do this, I don't see why his hand should have to burn for it.
You really don't understand anything.
I understand a lot.
No, clearly you
But-
don't.
You see Kuzo just stop for a second on the flame channeling, get up, close the door on Lorcian's face, and gets right back to channeling.
Cole, I can only give you so many cards, man. Kuzo's like a brother to me. Shut the fuck up, Kuzo. Anyways, Veilwen, continue doing stuff while I'm just building the walls. Just continue the game normally. Don't mind that there's random rooms just erecting out of nothing.
Vaughn reaches the master bedroom. She heads to the closet to see if she can find any linens to absorb the moisture.
Oh, are you not gonna send Amica to do that?
Vaughn would have to spend the next hour checking every room to find Amica.
This got really fucking heavy because now both Lorcian and Kuzo have been like basically deemed as being worthless by two different parties entirely. Because Levi like ripped into Lorcian for being useless, and then Akir ripped into Kuzo for being useless, and then Kuzo immediately lived up to that. And then Kaz was like, Lorcian, you don't really understand anything.
As Vaughn enters the closet, she begins looking for any sheets or linens.
Oh yeah, you'd have some like fresh bed sheets and stuff. Although your supply of fresh bed sheets is surprisingly low, considering there's only like 3 beds in this whole fucking house.
Are there any just towels?
Yeah.
Vaughn will prioritize grabbing an armful of towels.
Okay. Something to note too, the shelf with the bed sheets, like there's not dust collecting on it, so it looks like the shelf has been disturbed a lot and recently. There it is.
Okay. With the sheets in hand, Vaughn hurries back.
Okay, I think I've gotten most of the walls on the second floor. Now I'm just putting in doors. Akira is apparently just jammed in the middle of a wall on the second floor, even though she's in the basement. I do want to say, I appreciate that no one's really even tried to talk to Akira about what's going on, even though she built the entire house. Maybe she would have a means to, rebuild this place.
Well, I think Kuzo and Lorcian already went and asked her for stuff. It's like, thanks for fixing our house. Could you help us again?
By fixing our house?
Yeah.
Oops, I did it. How did Amica end up over here? What the fuck? She's supposed to be on the second floor. Alrighty. Veilwen. Where's Veilwen?
Veilwen enters the office, then begins placing towels around the door frame, the floor, trying to seal all the moisture.
Under the crevice and stuff.
Yeah.
I'm out of green tea pocky and now. Oh no, there's still another pack!
Nice.
I gotta make these last. What a goddamn shame. Oh,
I was ready to hear the fan hit him.
my hair touched it. I felt it. Alright, so you've placed all of the towels on the floor.
How's it looking? Sealing moisture.
Oh, sealing moisture? For now, it looks okay. It looks like the top of the door is airtight. Just the bottom has a little crevice. inspect the ceiling, you do notice that there's another one of those blue orbs in the corner.
Oh, Lorcian was right. Those things really are in every room. Veilwen exits the office. She closes the door.
Side note, you guys have the wood card, right? I think you should.
I
Just put it out there. Kuzo, con save, please, of DC of 42. Cole?
oh, concept shit. Sorry. 43.
Come on, that's bullshit. Alright. You consume 5 more mana. Once again, your hand. It's starting to hurt. It's starting to hurt, and you're having a hard time trying to hide it. But you manage to
Alright.
maintain. Kazuha is Veilwen, you're on the other side of the door, right?
Yeah.
You hear the clanging, and you hear Kazuha kind of. You hear him talking to Kuzo. Oh, my fucking cable's on top of the door. Weird. Kuzo, are you at your limit yet?
No, I can keep going.
Good. Clang, clang, clang.
Veilwen returns. She opens the door.
Just a fucking blast of just hot air just rushes out of the door. Like it like dries your eyes out like instantly.
That is the exhaust working?
Oh, looks like it. Looks like you probably just got hit with the blast of the ambient heat. As he sets the hammer down and goes to quench another tool. This time, I don't know. Another wrench, I guess.
Of course. Do you still need a table?
It'd be ideal somewhere to set these tools and keep them separate from the rest of the damaged ones. But mainly I need the lumber to repair your, the hammers and tools that require special handles.
Of course. By the way, where did, Lorcian go? Is he off getting wood?
I'm not sure. He said he was, waiting for you, and then he tried to, relieve Kuzo of his punishments. So, we kind of exiled him.
I see.
I can't imagine he's gone far.
Okay, I'll just try to find him. Sven leaves, closing the door behind her.
Meanwhile, outside in the rain, Lorcian, who has not gone far. Veilwen, you may continue out to Port Sidon when you are ready.
Veilwen looks up to see if she can find one of the observers, Watcher, and see if she can.
Sorry, what room are you in? I'm on
The entrance.
Yep, there's a few going down the hallway. There's one like in the middle. There's one near the door. Are you inside or outside?
Inside.
Yeah, so there'd be one, like, almost directly above you. It's tilted slightly, so it's aimed at the door. This is the angle in which you saw Lorcian from the kitchen open or come in.
Velen will focus on making a connection with one of the stones and see if any of them can see Lorcian.
Nothing happens.
Ah, okay, Beastone. Let's see if we can find Lorcian. Velen leaves the house.
Just real quick, because I'm curious, what's Veilwen thinking about the situation going on with Kuzo right now and Kazuha?
They're bonding.
Oh my god.
I'm kidding.
I hope so. I'm not sure, but I hope so.
It's many things. Because it's not the first time that Kuzo's made a mistake like this. But it's she appreciates that he's doing what he can to fix it.
Being forced to do what he can to fix it.
Well, it's because there's been times where Kuzo has tried to like fix things on his own, and causing more like it backfire. But in this scenario, Kuzo is listening to someone on how to help.
Yep. But what about like the way Kaz was going about doing it? He's being pretty fucking ruthless.
Velen has never seen this side to Kaza before, and so she's trying not to get too not to dwell on it too much.
Okay. Not the response I was hoping for, but okay.
Well, I mean, she is concerned about it.
But that would mean she's dwelling on it. To not dwell on something basically means to like just dismiss it. Push it out of your mind. You can't be concerned about something.
Well, no, because it's temporary.
Oh, okay. I was hoping for something I could use to further this scene because I am bullshitting the hell out of this. What about the phrasing? Like, he's like, Lorcian tried to relieve Kuzo of his punishment.
Velen was out of earshot. Or,
You were behind the door, and I literally said you heard him say this.
oh, sorry, I thought you meant when
He said this shit right to you when you asked where Lorcian went.
Oh, I thought you were meaning a different conversation.
No. He literally said like that Lorcian was trying to relieve Kuzo of his punishment. One, Kazuha is as acknowledging what's happening is Kuzo being punished for what he did. Two, Lorcian was trying to prevent this from happening. And Kazuha wasn't having any of it, so he exiled Lorcian. The last bit didn't exactly happen, but that's okay. It's layered.
Velen she's heartwarmed that Kazuha is doing this for her. Fuck, how do I word this? But like, because he's doing it for her. Getting angry at Kuzo and Lorcian. So it's like, this whole scenario was more or less created by Veilwen bringing the rock home. So the act of her bringing the rock home, making Kazuha act like this. it's concerning.
Man, you just want to bend it in every which way to make it Veilwen's fault, don't you?
That's not my point. My point is the way that Kazuha's reacting to it. How demanding he's being.
Right now I'm confused. So,
I can't figure out how else to word this.
what does that have to do with bringing the rock home?
Because that's why Kazuha's like this right now.
No, he's like this because something important to Veilwen was destroyed. And he's trying to fix it. The rock is actually relevant. Yeah, it was cause, but like no one cares about the rock right now. That's why I was confused. I'm like, it sounded like you were trying to like have Veilwen blame herself for Kazuha.
No.
Okay.
I couldn't figure out how else to explain it.
So she's concerned, you said? I'm trying to get insight so I know how to play the scene going forward, but like I'm very confused. So you said Veilwen was concerned?
Yes, because this is the first time she's seen Kazuha act this way.
Okay,
And she's heartwarmed that he's doing it for her.
Okay. So basically, what does Veilwen think that that Kazuha's taking it upon himself to punish Kuzo for what he's done? That aspect has, I think, I've pieced together the layers that go with it, make this work.
She sees it as Kazuha giving Kuzo an opportunity. It less of a punishment, but more of an opportunity to fix things.
Okay. I have all the information I need to finish the scene. Alright, Veilwen. Meanwhile, Lorcian is outside. And, he's over at the Adventures Guild now.
I'm moving about. I'm not sure what I'm doing out here. Honestly, I'm trying to figure that out.
Okay. Veilwen, you just go ahead and head outside whenever you're out the city when you're ready.
Then we'll head to the street and begin looking around for Lorcian.
Lorcian's nowhere to be seen. I need to overhaul this map, like, holy crap. I mean, he's right here, but, like, there's a whole set of houses in the way. It's fucking, like, almost 1 in the morning. What the fuck is Cole, like? Who's calling him away?
I have no idea.
Don't his folks need to sleep?
No, they're androids.
If they were androids, he could have just put them in standby. Like, let's be real. All right.
So he doesn't have the master code.
Veilwen will spread her wings and begin flying around.
Okay, yeah. In the distance, you see a very sad-looking white spot.
Oh no.
It's raining.
Veilwen will fly closer.
Well, Cole's not here, so I don't actually keep him on that for a second. Let's see. You can confirm target in sight. It is Lorcian.
Beginning approach.
Oh god.
Don't touch me!
As Veilwen lands, she retracts her wings. Lorcian, what are you doing out here? Kazuha said he banished you? What's going on?
Yes, they closed the door in my face because I didn't want to see Kuzo hurt himself.
You were trying to help him.
Yes, I don't mind him doing the punishment. He was hurting himself. But I suppose that's fine.
It's Lorcian. I don't believe that's the case. I'm sure Kuzo would stop.
Lorcian is just going to stare at Veilwen. Just blank face stare.
No, Kazuha wouldn't force Kuzo to cause himself great injury.
Veilwen, did you look at his hands?
Yes, but I feel Kuzo I feel Kuzo would view this as his penance. I wanted to heal him as well, but in a weird way, I kind of understand.
I loved it.
Jesus Christ.
So good.
So,
Well, let Kuzo know how much we appreciate the struggle he's gone through to make up for what he's done. And that we forgive him.
whenever we started this coming back here to Sidon, everybody got irritated with me because I wasn't showing that I cared for people. But then I've started trying to do that. And now it's not wanted?
Lorcian, I'm heartwarmed that you want to help people. You wanted to heal Kuzo, and
I wanted to stop his hands from burning.
but Kuzo wouldn't have wanted you to help him, correct?
No, he did not want me to help him.
I wonder if can Marius navigate this situation in the correct way? Now I'm very intrigued. I might need these.
Lorcian, do you remember how my divine affected Kuzo?
I remember his.
All the times that I carelessly healed him without even knowing what I was doing. I was using magic I didn't understand on a being I knew nothing about.
Yes.
I see it as a similar scenario where Kuzo could still have some of his demonic traits if I hadn't been over protective with my healing powers.
And if you hadn't have been overprotective with your healing powers, he could be dead.
Kuzo's a lot tougher than you think, Lorcian.
I didn't say he wasn't. But I am saying it's a possibility that could have happened.
Of course, but there were still many times where I shouldn't have meddled, per se. So I feel the act of Kuzo wanting to handle this himself is, if it's what he really wants, then we should abide his wishes.
So whenever he wants to hurt himself, we just let him?
When it comes to life or death, of course we'll intervene.
So if he does something stupid, we just let him do it?
I mean, you did.
Prove the wrong. No, Lorcian, of course.
But if that's what he wants to do, that's what you just said.
No, Lorcian, you're confusing two different things. It's Kuzo wanting to set things right, and Kuzo purposely making a mistake. Of course, there have been many times where we should have probably intervened more, or, explained things differently. Because we just also didn't know what was going on. And here we are again. We just have to stop meddling with things we don't understand. And make sure to intervene when Kuzo is about to do something with unforeseen consequences.
Like, have his hands burned. Just making that clear.
Kuzo is doing what he wants. This is how he wants to help. We'll make sure to heal him up afterwards.
You just got through telling me that we let him do what he needs to do and stop him from making a mistake. Those are two different things. Counter-opposed, actually.
Counter-opposed, I think, just means they're aligned.
Yeah, whatever. You know what I'm trying. You know what I was trying to say.
All right then, Lorcian. So, what would have happened if you had forcibly healed Kuzo? How would he have felt?
I wasn't going to heal Kuzo. I was going to stop his hands from burning. Stop him from feeling the effects of the heat.
But how can you stop the pain in his hands if it's not healed?
I can stop them from continuing to burn.
Even though he'd be angry and upset with you at ignoring his wishes.
I would see that better than, well, him losing his hands again.
Again?
Yeah, you weren't there. He lost his entire arms. One time.
And so, did he lose his arms in a similar situation?
Not a similar situation, but
Not at all the same.
yeah, not a similar situation.
Are you certain?
Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna jump over to Kuzo real quick while you guys are doing this. Having this chat, meanwhile, in the Talara Manor, so Cole can get some action over here.
The con save?
1 second. We're gonna do Fortune Fire. That was very loud. Song Fortune Fire, I think, is fitting for this. Yes, hit with the con save. With a DC of 46. 41. You have reached your limit. How much power you can exert. The pain is becoming too much for you to bear. Your hands are burned pretty badly.
I'm hitting my limit, Kazuha.
Good, now you will have to go past it.
Right. And as Kuzo steals himself, finding just the willpower to continue going through even past this.
You will have to fight through the pain. I do not understand as he's like hammering away the details, but I understand that the destruction to a place that is quite important to Miss Veilwen is largely your fault.
Yes. Specifically, what suggested I did that ended up causing this. Lorcian was wanting to continue.
I don't care what Lorcian wanted. Not only did you not decide to face Miss Veilwen, surely you knew how important this workshop was to her.
Yeah, I did know.
But instead you chose to run away, instead of face your problem head on. Like a coward.
Anything then. I'm told I'm a coward and I'm told I'm a coward and fool. We're constantly just running forward and facing problems head on, causing issues. I can't go the other way and try to go about it smartly. No matter what I do, I am just a fool. Either way works. I never learn.
What have you tried to do that was smart? That you thought was smart? Please enlighten me. He dips the wrench in the trough.
This isn't the first time a fire-based accident has happened with me, to at least this degree, this lifetime. Last time was just a couple months ago. Before time looped on us, thanks to Chronicles' influence. I was experimenting, trying to actually learn and see what this strange new type of magic was. It backfired.
While you're talking
Consume-
about this, can I get a wisdom save?
The answer's no.
Feeling my will falter for a second.
You
Glee.
feel your will falter, and the flames, the brilliant orangey red flames that you normally produce, for just a moment, flash black.
Flames ended up backfiring. Nearly burned me alive. Consumed both my arms.
And this
Didn't have
was
a-
you attempting to be smart.
Just trying to learn. I figured out how this stuff operates and use it to help.
And did
It
you
only just
do it in a safe location?
no.
So what about this situation was you being smart?
I was trying to do it before any serious damage was done by other parties using it.
In a safe location?
No. And then I figured this place would be safe, considering the floor was metal and everything, but no. Everything else was charred. I don't
My
learn.
understanding is this stone, as he points with the hammer to the box that has a stone in it, had something to do with it.
Yes,
Do you know what this stone is?
I do not.
And yet
But it
you
seemed
tried
to-
to tinker with it within a place that you reside in, that you dwell.
Yeah.
So you said that you can't go either way, or no matter which way you go, you're still a coward or a fool. But based on what you're telling me, it seems like you've only ever gone in one direction. The fool's path. But, regardless, Miss Veilwen is benevolent enough she would forgive you. Had you
I know.
not decided to run away.
Yeah.
I'm sure she would understand that you were only trying to help. I know I certainly understand you're trying to help. You don't seem like the type of person who would want to burn down Miss Veilwen's house just for the laughs. Just for your
don't.
own amusement.
I don't like
Can I
causing
get another
destruction.
wisdom save? Nice. I remember this really.
I don't.
So,
I don't like causing
Me.
this destruction.
it seems you've just made a mistake. But
That's all I.
But rather than attempting to rectify it with Miss Veilwen, instead you ran away. Could you not tell that she was distraught when she chased you? Miss Veilwen has never struck me as the kind of person to typically do something like that.
To be honest, I felt like no matter what I said, wouldn't have done anything. It just would have, my own stupid mouth would have just dealt more damage. Seems like even what I do when I fuck up. Seems like I'm only good for one thing, and one thing only. Being a monster just wreaks havoc around.
And yet you've come this far with such friends as this monster, as you put it. But when one of your friends was distraught by something you had done, you couldn't stand to face them?
Be honest.
Does Kazuha know about Astro? I think
No.
he does, right?
Wait.
He knows of Marisa.
He knows about Marisa.
Yeah. I could have easily faced her.
So why didn't you? That's okay. I was trying to get through his half of stuff before he wants to call it because it's getting out of hand. So I was trying to get through his stuff to get a good ending point. But that's okay. We'll jump back to Port Sidon with Veilwen and Lorcian. In the meantime, you guys go ahead.
And you're certain, Lorcian? I find it unlikely Kuzo lost his arms on purpose.
No, of course he didn't lose his arms on purpose.
So it is a similar situation then.
There are aspects that are similar, but it's not entirely.
Are you piggybacking on the shit I gave Kuzo?
No, I had that planned from the very start.
Okay.
I was... So you piggybacked off me, damn it!
Buddy, I'm the DM. The DM knows all.
Lorcian, you don't need to nitpick. It's...
I'm trying to answer your questions the best that I can,
Lorcian...
and you're not giving me anything to work with.
So it was a mistake then,
Yes,
that Kuzo made.
that is correct. To my understanding, he thought he was trying to figure out everything about this, get it to work, and next thing he knew, his arms were gone.
Were there any allies that were around that could have stopped him?
I think so.
The owner of the flames that caused him to lose his arms in the first place.
Yeah, I think so.
Wait, are you trying to shoot yourself in the foot again?
No, I'm using meta knowledge from my past character.
Yeah, yeah, okay. Yes.
Lorcian actually doesn't know what fully happened, but he knows that Kind was there somewhere.
Yeah. Little allies a loose term.
Yeah.
I think Lorcian would also know that.
Yeah, 100%.
So, your allies, did they not stop Kuzo in time, or?
I wasn't there. I can't fully say what happened, but from what I was gathering, he was also interested in it. Because, no, he didn't do anything. I think they were in the same room when this happened.
Oh yeah, because Zara really wasn't there.
Yeah, no, that's why we made the meme.
Both like, yeah, it was both meta level and in character. Zara wasn't there. He doesn't actually know the detail.
Oh, okay.
This is gonna be great. I'm gonna piss you off to no end, but it's gonna be great.
Oh, I hope you're ready, Marius.
I want to imagine he has like sandpaper and a block of wood just so he can make that sound loud enough.
I need to go get that. I honestly do.
So Kuzo was in a room and causes a
Mia was there too. I think Lorcian knew that.
Yeah, actually, yeah, Mia was there too. Yeah, no.
I think Mia helped him.
Yeah, Mia's the one who deconstructed it. I know that.
Yeah.
Who used arcane deconstruct on it, but fucking Kuzo was holding the damn thing. So what did you say, Les Marys?
that it was a similar scenario where it was in a room.
Yeah, it was.
Oh my god, it was the exact same scenario.
Yes.
Except this time it's Lorcian instead of Ken.
Oh no, except
Yes.
Lorcian didn't help him do it.
Ken didn't either. Ken was telling him to stop.
Didn't actually stop him.
Yes.
I don't know any of that.
Now, isn't that the kettle calling the... Isn't that the... Whatever, I don't fucking care.
Let's probably call it the kettle black.
So then, so if Kuzo is prone to these kinds of decisions, and he is seemingly unable to learn from his mistakes, how would he... what do you believe would be the way to help him?
The way to help him, let me think. Would be to have him learn about the things that he's messing with.
Correct, but if everyone is always trying to help Kuzo learn from his mistakes, and he hasn't, what would the next course of action be?
Oh, you're running parallel to the message I'm trying to go with this session. Oh, you're so close though.
To keep him away from such things?
Well, that's one way, I guess, but it's... maybe learning the hard way is the only way Kuzo knows. And he'd be unable to do that if you or I healed him at this moment.
I don't know how many times I have to say that I wasn't going to heal him.
Not important, but okay.
Lorcian, it's a similar concept of taking his hands away from what he's trying to do. He was doing what he could to help fix things.
That is correct. So, I guess my question is to you, since he was helping fix things, do you want him to suffer for it?
Of course not. But I believe it'd be wrong of us to ignore his wishes. We are his friends, and we care about him. But how can we be his friends if we don't listen to his wishes?
suppose.
And Kuzo is still set on his mission. So I don't believe Kuzo would throw his life away.
I'm not talking about him doing any of that. I'm just worried for the sake of his health. I know he's not going to throw his life away. I know he's not going to do this on purpose. I know all of that. He obviously knew what he did was wrong, if that's what we're trying to teach him. But having him continue to suffer even after he's realized that, Veilwen, is what I'm trying to fix.
And so you'd make the decision for him?
No, I wouldn't make the decision for him. That's why I didn't do it.
But it sounds like they forced you to leave.
They closed the door. I could have easily opened the door and went back in if I wanted to.
He's getting real nitpicky.
But isn't the act of you not listening to them the same as ignoring?
I just said that I listened. I just said that I listened to them, so that's why I didn't.
Lorcian, you just said that
But
they
I
closed the
said-
door on you.
Yes,
didn't
they closed
leave.
the door on me. No, I didn't leave. I left when they closed the door.
Yeah, but they told you to leave, though. And you ignored them.
I was waiting for you while you were upstairs. They kept telling me to go with you, and I don't think I need to follow you around your own house. To go find the linen closet where I don't know where it is.
Drew still hasn't felt whatever found it. This looks like the end. Okay, so we will. Once you guys are done with your conversation, we'll wrap it up because we'll have to bail.
Okay.
So we'll just make sure that we're there for him when this is over.
Veilwen, I understand what you're going for. But it was also you, when we were in Tinseroth's domicile, who said, don't do anything rash, or don't do something that needless danger. Don't put yourself in needless harm's way. Wasn't it? If you can prevent something, do it. And then you got really mad at me whenever I didn't listen to that.
Lorcian, this is a different scenario.
It seems
I was
that-
worried. I was worried about you dying when I could have helped you across.
So, why not be worried for Kuzo losing his hands or severely damaging them when you can help that?
But Kuzo won't die from this, Lorcian, and we'll be able to heal him. You falling to your death, on the other hand, we would have never found you. Body would have just tumbled forever.
Jury's still out if it would have hit the ground. If there was ground to hit.
I don't think that this exchange is working in your favor, Veilwen. I understand the point that you're trying to make, but I also understand what I've heard from you.
I could hijack either of your characters and tilt this argument drastically in their favor. Who wants it? Who wants it? Who wants to be defeated?
The whole point of this conversation started whenever I said that people wanted me to seem like I cared, and we're away from that point. I made it seem like I cared, and then the more that I seem to do that, the more people seem to be rude to me. First, it was Levy. I tried to go help her with Reed. And she was very rude to me. Then Kuzo and Kazuha in the situation.
Lorcian, did Levy say she didn't want your help?
Yes.
Yes, she did.
Specifically, she said there was nothing you could have offered her that would have been helpful.
And Kuzo and Kazuha said the same thing?
That they did not want my help. In so many words. Kuzo was there to serve his punishment, and I was not going to stop that. My goal was to stop that.
Component getting missed here. Like, drastically changes this. I don't know if I should help them or not.
So you were trying to help people that didn't want your help.
I was trying to help people that show people that I cared for them.
But that's just it, Larson. You can't help someone that doesn't want help.
Oh, I fully understand that, but there's no reason to be rude to me over it.
So that's what this is then. Your pride.
My pride? No. This is more than just pride.
Okay, so pride's part of it.
A little bit, but still.
So what else is it then?
What I've been trying to tell you. I've been trying to do right. And show people that I care. I don't know how many times I have to repeat this. And then whenever I try and show them, ultimately it ends up with them being rude to me and asking, and I'm...
Lorcian, does Levy know that you're the one that revived her?
No, and I don't need to tell her that. Because...
But that was you helping her.
Yes, that was me helping her, but that's still something that...
You have helped...
I was born.
That is an entirely different thing.
I don't believe it is. If you claim wanting to help people,
Yes, I'm wanting to help people, but I don't care if they know I help them or not. I want
that's
to...
my point is, Lorcian, if Levy didn't want your help, then why did you get upset? If you helped her before and you had no problems with it, why is there a problem when she says no?
That's the thing. She just didn't say no.
Yes, she did. She said no, and then you kept insisting, and she started to get annoyed. In all of these scenarios, there's a key component you just ignore. You just lump it all together. But that key component is why things keep ending this way. It's great.
Do you see it, Lorcian?
Additionally, Levy did also say that Lorcian would be of more use to Veilwen than to Levy. So she did tell you like what you should do, and is stay with Veilwen, who is her best friend. So there's that.
Because helping people doesn't mean all that much if they didn't want it.
Then,
I appreciate you trying to help Levy. Even I wouldn't have been of any use to her, any aid. But she is also incredibly strong and can take care of herself.
I know that.
It's a level of trust, Lorcian. The trust I have in Levy to be able to look after herself. I'm worried about her all the time, that she's out there on some mission that I don't know of. Just maybe one day she'll just be gone again. But I know that in my current state, there isn't anything I could do to help her on these Runeguard missions that she goes on.
That's
I-
making an assumption, right?
If I had forcefully tried to help her, I probably would have caused more problems, despite my intention.
Lorcian, as Veilwen mentions that, it comes back to you. Levy did say you didn't have the skills required to execute the mission that she's on.
So what you're telling me is not to help someone when they don't want it.
It's you. You just have to listen to people, Lorcian. The words that they use, what they want. Forcing help will have the opposite effect.
Okay, Veilwen.
We'll just make sure we let Kuzo know how much we appreciate having him around. Just from... There's a cheeky smile across his Valen's face. And from Yuzaka's letter, I believe Marin is going to need a punching bag.
Yes.
On the meta level, Kuzo said that was okay, right? Like he was okay with Marin doing that?
Yeah. Well,
Yeah, okay.
Okay is a loose term. He understands that like it's gonna happen. He's prepared for it. That's an accurate way to say it.
Now, should we continue looking for wood?
Because Kazuha actually did ask for your help.
Here in Sidon, there's not a lot of trees. We'd probably have to go to Darkholm. There are some. On the map.
I was pointing at the tree, not Kilton's shop.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we show up in Kilton's place and he's got just entire trees just uprooted.
Oh, this Bruce, the shop is.
I'm sure Fike could point us in the direction. I don't think we have an axe to cut with.
Or grind.
No.
Actually, you know who does have an axe that's now growing in your front yard?
Oh fuck, that's right.
Son of a bitch.
Actually, you don't even need one. Veilwen has Windblade.
Let us proceed, Lorcian.
Okay, Bowen.
This works out. So I'm fine with the two of you if you just want to continue on, because Kuzo and Kazuha are still in the forge, so they're not going to be doing much. I could always just edit in the conversation that Kuzo and Kazuha have if I get a hold of Cole tomorrow. We can finish that part, and then I can just stitch the whole thing together.
Alright. You want to keep going then, Marys?
Oh my god! No hesitation whatsoever. If that's the case, let's take a quick fiver, because I need to... Alright, so, you guys... Away you go. Engage.
Velen approaches the blacksmith. She enters the front door.
Oh, to the blacksmith. Okay, yeah, you open it. The little bell jingles. Hang on, let me get your immersion tool. As Fike.
Excuse me, Fike?
Oh, you're back already. You finished with the hammer? So quickly?
No, not yet. I apologize for, always coming to you with, questions.
Oh, always happy to take on an apprentice. He just kind of chuckles. He's kidding.
Thank you, Fike. We need, timber for replacing the handles on, the tools and, workbenches. Would you know where we'd be able to, purchase some?
To purchase any? Your best bet would probably be the boathouse, but their prices are going to be pretty steep. Honestly, you'd be better off taking an axe and heading over to Darkholm, and chopping down a tree or two yourself.
Yeah, we've got one growing in the front yard.
I mean, lots of people generally tend to plant trees in their front yard. But
No,
it
an
probably...
axe.
What?
It's a long story.
Lorcian's just gonna minor illusion of what the axe tree looks like.
A tree that is growing an axe. This could revolutionize the blacksmithing world.
It's outside the Talara Manor if you ever want to have a look.
Oh, next time I'm in that side of town, I will definitely drop by and take a look. This piques my interest.
Thank you, Fike. We'll probably head to Darkstone then.
Sorry, you say you wanted to borrow an axe from him?
Yes.
Maris?
Velen, would her windblade work?
I mean, yeah, it's this magic blade. It says it can cut through things, doesn't it? I don't actually remember. Solar wind blades.
It just says attacking enemies.
I will say, yes, you could use it to cut through things.
So from the few times Velen's used it, would she know that it could cut a tree, or that-
She's cut through people's armor with it. Leather and metal. I believe she's used it on the dark nuts, and it sliced their metal.
Oh.
Yeah. What is your problem? What?
You're my problem.
the bunny is so much sass?
He does. He really does. He has so much sass. He's thumping right now. You might actually pick it up. You might have heard it.
Oh, it did.
It's much louder in here, as Varys has seen firsthand. And now he's thumping like he means it. When you saw it, he was thumping to be a little shit. Now he's thumping like he's actually concerned. He thinks there's danger somewhere.
There is.
Rabbits thump for two reasons. One, they're pissed off, or two, they're trying to warn you that there's something dangerous nearby.
There is something dangerous nearby.
These guns! Sorry.
Thanks again, Fike. As Velen turns to leave.
Oh, seeking to be a carpenter and a blacksmith.
I would like to take after my father.
Oh, lass, at the rate you're going, you're gonna have many a man lined up to court you.
No, certainly not. Good day, Fike. Thank you again.
I mean, with all these trades that you're picking up, definitely.
Wait, what?
All these trades that you're picking up.
Oh,
Trade.
trade.
I thought he said
Yeah.
trees.
Yeah.
Yeah, trades.
No, not you too, Lorcian. Look, we have to go.
The fuck do you mean not him too? He's always there. If anything, he'd be like, no, not you two, Fike.
I'll just hang out with Fike.
I'm like, Fike is like the oldest fucking NPC in this game. Through all the iterations, Fike and Sulex have always existed.
We should, Kuzo mentioned something in the Adventurers Guild. Someone who needed, something from Darkstone.
But, we need the wood soon, though, Lorcian. I don't know if we have time.
It would, I mean, Lorcian could make the argument he could secure a ride to Darkstone.
Well, yeah, we also do need help bringing the tree back when we fell it, because I can't carry the damn thing. And I don't suppose that you can pick up an entire tree.
And then there's also the money you could gain along the way.
Yes. Enough for this new boat that Kuzo wants to buy.
Meta level, if you're worried about triggering the quest without Kuzo, don't worry about it. I have a plan.
Yeah, I that's what I was questioning him about too.
I have a plan. Don't worry, it'll work out.
Alright, Lorcian, if you think we can do this in a timely manner, then sure.
It's going to take us hours to cross the bridge. There is no timely matter in going to get this piece, the trees required.
Oh, well, certainly, we could fit them in your storage, couldn't we? If we cut them
No.
there?
Oh,
Organic material.
no, I don't want to put a tree in there. I put food in there once. It looked great until I
Actually,
took it
Veilwen
out.
ate the food you put in.
Yeah, actually, yeah. You ate the food that I put.
That was the time Veilwen just started glowing purple and her spell was like ridiculously strong for no reason. It's because you ate the meat supreme that was in the fucking void storage.
Oh, right. It was that thing.
It was you, Cherno, and Renkin, like, all were affected by it.
So, perhaps doing this will get us a wagon that we can take back.
Every time you say wagon, I keep thinking you're saying dragon, but with a lisp.
Sure, we can get one of those two and bring it back. I know there's one in Darkstone, or not.
There's two in Darkstone.
Yeah, go
Uh,
fucking grab Rio's.
Veilwen's running out of outfits.
alright, Lorcian, how about you go, procure the wagon then, and I'll go let Kazuha know that, will be a while.
All right.
So, and with this, our session divides. We have Lorcian and Veilwen doing a thing, and Kuzo and Kazuha doing a thing, and then next Friday, if this works out, everything should consolidate back and you guys meet up again. This should work out. This will be pretty good. Chill. Alright, we'll start with Telara Manor.
Valen, heads inside.
Oh my god. A Steam notification popped up, and I thought someone was playing golf with Groose. I'm like, what the hell?
Every time I listen to Pride and Fear at the end of the song, it says, now a lost land is faded in silence, haunted by demons and ghosts. But I always just keep reimagining as now a lost land has faded in silence, haunted by demons and Groose.
Yeah, you sent that to me, and I sent that to them too, and I'm like, oh no.
I think it's really funny.
It is fucking hilarious.
Okay, so
Now
Veilwen,
Eating in a silence, haunted by demons and Groose. Implying that Groose is on the same level as
it's just gonna be the butt of this campaign, I feel. Alright, so Veilwen, as you approach the door, you hear Kazuha speaking to Kuzo. It's a little muffled, but you can just make out what he's saying. Do you listen, or do you enter?
Kill him.
Valen will enter.
Good, because you didn't have your bowl.
Really? You're not gonna listen a little bit? Okay. Alright. Yeah, so you just go ahead and enter.
Valen braces for the heat.
Yeah, as it just like swarms out of here. It's also very humid now because of all the tools. There's now like a neatly laid out row of wrenches and I don't know what other tools you would need for goldmancy. Really, it's just wrenches and hammers, sockets.
Wrenches, hammers, sockets,
The pile is
screwdrivers.
The pile is considerably smaller now. He's getting through them pretty quick. As you enter, you see Kuzo's hands are burned pretty badly. But Kuzo has like just a very determined look on his face. Kazuha's hands are also pretty badly chafed from swinging the hammer. from context, Kuzo looks like he's at his limit. He looks absolutely exhausted. You can instantly tell he's run out of magic. But he continues to channel the flames occasionally flashing black. Ah, Miss Veilwen. Is there something you need?
Lorcian and I are going to go procure lumber, but we'll have to head to Darkstone. So we might be a few hours.
Very well. Do be careful.
You too. And thank you both for everything you're doing.
Kuzo doesn't say anything, just continues focusing. Once again, his flames flash from a brilliant orange to they flash black, just briefly. You need to worry not, Miss Veilwen. Kuzo will make progress. Now, you should be on your way. We'll need that lumber soon. Mom's still with tools.
Of course, we'll be back. Sven takes her leave.
Oh no, you cleaned up all the soot, that's right. I was gonna have you track soot or ash-filled tracks everywhere.
They're all over downstairs.
Oh yeah, the basement's a fucking mess. But no one's been in the basement except for Akir, so nobody knows that the basement's in a mess except for the people who made it a mess, which is not Veilwen. So when Veilwen goes down there and sees that it's a mess.
I just love Akir. No. Okay.
Adventurers Guild. Lorcian, you enter the Adventurers Guild. There is actually at this point in time, the people that were at the tavern probably would have returned to the Adventurers Guild. Okay. Veilwen, you can make your way back to the Adventurers Guild at your own pace. And once you arrive in here, I'll activate the scene. I don't think we need sad music anymore. You guys aren't still sad, right?
All the time. Fuck. What the fuck is that? Okay.
What?
I was wondering what the fuck this thing was.
What thing?
The plate on the table here.
The plate on the table where? This room is filled with tables. Oh, down here.
Like, I thought that was like something else, and I'm like, oh god, what is that? But then I zoomed in and found out what it was. Lorcian's going to look over the bounty board and try to find the bounty that was going to Darkstone.
The quest you're looking for is for real friends.
Lorcian will take it down from the and look over it.
If you double click the icon, it will it'll open the quest log for you.
He's going to look for like a place to talk to the provider.
Are you gonna go in the Adventurers Guild? There you go, champ. Oh, like, the Adventurers Guild's right next to your house. It shouldn't be taking you this long. Okay, now I can activate the scene. Alright, so Veilwen, as you enter, you see the guild is significantly more filled. These two probably would have moved. They would be like over here now. Stay across from each other. The two you spoke to previously are there. You can see some of the Mage Guild members sitting at a table. Another adventuring party. Two dudes just sitting by themselves. Lorcian, as you take the bounty down, you've had time to read the quest now, right?
Yeah, I've read it many times already.
You see the guy who's sitting at the table approach you. Are you looking to take that quest?
Yes, actually. We're heading to Darkstone, and could use a wagon or something to pull some lumber and do the quest here.
Oh, this is quite fortuitous indeed. You see, I am the one who put out that request. I was hoping someone would be willing to help. Of course, I will be more than willing to help you return with your lumber.
Alright.
Conversation just died on the spot.
Yeah, sure, we got the lumber. Great. Now what?
You're just like, alright.
Yeah,
I don't know, I wasn't expecting that.
Yeah, alright.
Yeah, so
Are you,
Lorcian talking to, this guy.
Are you ready to, head out?
Oh, yes. I already have my wagon, ready to go at the gates.
Lorcian will look to Veilwen.
I should warn you.
And then back to him.
The bandit that's been attacking me on my voyages, they're quite, strong.
What is
Veilwen-
Go ahead.
Veilwen has pulled her hood over her face further.
Okay.
May I ask what we'll be transporting?
Currently, my wagon is empty. I am doing a supply run. The village of Darkstone, to the north of here, there are some Morgan fellows there. They have stock for me to pick up. Livestock. Silver Ash and I believe it is son, Chrome, are doing some hunting, and I am collecting the livestock that they've captured and taking it to my butcher shop on Nui Rock for processing. We extract the pelts to make, coats and such for the noble, and process the meats for inns and taverns.
I see. We are ready to assist.
Wonderful. Then I shall meet you at the gates when you are ready.
Are you ready to go, Veilwen?
Veilwen approaches Lorcian. She gets real close.
Lorcian is going to take a step back.
He's spent enough time with Kazuha and Veilwen to know where this is going.
Yeah.
What?
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 Lorcian, I feel something is off. Have you told him our names?
Of course not. I just told him that we were here to help.
I see. We should be careful.
I know, Veilwen. I know we should. Considering Silverash and Chrome were the only ones home whenever, we were there. Not to mention, I don't think they capture animals. I think they just shoot them and be done with it.
He did specify that it is a transaction. It is a trade deal, meaning that Silver Ash and Chrome would have been hired for this.
Oh, I understand.
In turn, Darkstone receives income.
I understand.
Business practices. You guys are fucked when Kuzo's not around.
Man, I'm bad at math. Lorcian will fold up the paper and put it in his pocket.
All right. Let us be off.
Darkstone really doesn't have a large population because, Levy's with you guys. Rangers is up in the sky. Fang is dead. That just leaves Emia, Crone, Hayes, and Silver Ash.
Oh, and the other one is gone too. No, that was previous timeline.
No,
No,
Wait.
it was this one.
That was
It was-
time.
Yeah, that's right.
All right, well, let's go.
As you guys are making your way, you see the elf sitting at the back. He's kind of got like a big gray coat on. He has like long-ish blonde hair and blue eyes. He just kind of approaches you and just points at the bounty page in your Lorcian's hand. Lorcian's still holding it, right?
No, he had put it in his pocket.
Okay, so then he points to your pocket that you put it in. Also, I don't think your robes have pockets, but that's okay.
He's fine. Lorcian
Oh my
would
god!
take.
Lorcian still never got the robe of eyes?
No.
It's
I don't even know
a whole
what the
different
fuck it is.
universe now.
Yeah,
It's still on like Osip's floor.
No, we went back here. It's been taken. It was taken somewhere.
The timeline that exploded.
Yeah, I think it also got unmade because like Kuzo fucking slashed the whole continent in half.
No, that was before I'd left it.
Oh, okay. Anyways,
It still exists in that universe, and I own it.
yeah. So he gestures to your pocket, the pocket in which you put the page in.
Lorcian will take it out. Can I help you?
He pulls out a little notepad, similar to what Levy carries around. A little notepad, starts writing on it, and then he shows it to you. He's written, may I join your party for this bounty?
Lorcian is going to look to
Or
Veilwen.
request, I guess.
Uh,
He carries a sword and a shield on his back.
And the cost of the ship was.
the exact payment that we're getting.
What would you provide us? Your aid.
That's exactly what he'd be.
Sorry, could you... Man level, can you... What are you asking?
What aid would you be providing us on this quest?
Oh, you're basically asking, like, what can he do? He draws his sword and shield.
Exceptional.
With, like, a flare, he, like, twirls the blade, I guess.
The actual blade or the picture that he drew?
I'm gonna fucking shoot you, I swear to God.
As Kuzo and Kazuha aren't with us, Lorcian, and all of the adventurers that have failed this mission previously.
I guess you're right. Sure, you can come along if you'd like.
He gives you, like, a warm smile, sheaths his blade, takes out the notepad, starts writing on it again. This time he writes, my name is Link.
The mute. I understand fully now.
And how much of the reward?
My name is Lorcian, and this is Veilwen.
So did Lorcian
Right.
actually just cut Veilwen off?
Yes.
Veilwen went right to money, my guy.
We're doing a business deal.
And he just told us his name. And you
Yeah,
got on to me
because
for
you cut Veilwen off.
you got on to me for the same thing.
So the last thing was Veilwen cutting Lorcian, or Lorcian cutting Veilwen off.
Yes. Lorcian was introducing the two of you to him, and Veilwen was in the middle of asking how much of the reward he wanted.
Yes, my name is Valen.
He gives you like a nod. Kind of like a... like when you pass someone on the street, you get, instead of like waving or saying hello, you just give them a nod.
And if they don't nod
Well,
back, it's just...
I don't know if you've ever experienced that. I have, usually from random brown people.
May I ask how much of the reward you're looking for?
He gives a nod and starts writing. After a few seconds, he turns it and shows it to you. He seeks only a quarter of it. He's seeking to get a ship to travel to Arcadia.
We are also traveling to Arcadia.
What?
For this exact same thing.
With a look of surprise on his face, he flips the page and starts writing again. And shows it to you. He's willing to. It says I am willing to forfeit my share of the reward if you would give me a lift to Arcadia.
I have to talk to Kuzo about the boat that he's buying, and how many passengers they can have.
Enough.
Enough. I understand. Lorcian will not. I don't see a reason why we can't give you a lift to Arcadia.
Don't have anything to say about this?
Nope, Lorcian's taking control.
You sound so worried. Well, Lorcian's taking control. Lorcian, take control.
No, I refuse now. The one who posted the bounty is waiting at the gate.
He gives a nod and gestures for you to lead the way. Oh, I'm just gonna have him phase through Natsu, that's fine.
I was going somewhere else. And then I saw where the exit was.
Yeah, Cole put the entrance like right up against the edge of the map, so I don't have a lot of space to store the exit trigger.
Oh, so fast.
Oh dear. I forgot how slow you guys are. Uh-oh. Hang on a second, I gotta check some stuff. Also, you guys have started the quest for real friends. Oh no.
What?
Uh-oh. So Scotty's ball is in 4 hours.
Wait, really?
I thought you said
Yeah.
it was the next day.
Yeah, it was
It's
the
next
21st.
day. It's the 21st.
What?
Yeah, it's 21st right now. Which is strange, 'cause it shouldn't be.
Yeah, that shouldn't be. Because Scotty came this morning and talked with everybody about going to the ball that was tomorrow.
Oh, I see what happened. Hang on a second. Never mind, we're good. We're good. I thought that was strange.
Okay.
There's a hotkey on my keyboard to fast to forward the day, and I guess I pressed it. I see. We're
Ah.
good. Everything's good. We're all good. I saw like the time, and I'm like, are you guys gonna have time for this?
And then we go and just miss the fucking ball.
Oh no, you're still not gonna have time, even if I give you the full day. Okay, what we're gonna do is we're gonna make a quick little retcon here. Masquerade is actually gonna take place on the 22nd, not the 21st. I'm gonna push it back a day. This should give us time to situate everything together. I have to
Okay.
adapt the game because Cole's AFKing so much.
I
That's
understand.
okay. We're good. Are you folks ready to go?
Yes, I am.
So you see, he's got a wagon. It's got a collection of small cages for like small animals, like pigs and pigs, wolves, foxes, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Raccoons, maybe. I don't think anyone skins a raccoon to wear. No one wants to wear a raccoon other than a hat, as a hat.
Let us be off then.
I don't have a wagon token, unfortunately. Oh, actually, maybe I do. Control O. No. T. Oh, what did I just do? Open. I don't want to deploy that. Okay. Yeah, I don't have wagon tokens. Just pretend you're in a wagon. So you guys climb in. He's got 2 horses at the front. He's sitting on the, I guess the driver's seat. Has a small little awning to shield from the rain. And away you go, crossing the Grand Dragonfelt Bridge. Preload scene. Oh, we have these guys. There we go. As you guys carried your way across the Great Bridge, Zaroth apparently dies. It's gonna speed everyone across here. There we go. That consumes 8 hours.
I thought it was anime.
It's 8 by carriage or 16 by foot.
Oh shit. Okay.
Or 8 by vehicle. So 4 puts you at 10. Another 4 puts you right at midnight. Yeah, now it's midnight. As you finally make it across the bridge and onto land, the quest giver, who no one is really... Oh, actually, no, while you're sailing, or it's not sailing, going across the bridge, allow me to introduce myself. I am the fur trader, Marquise. I got you, fam. It's a name I just fucking made up on the spot, but I got you, fam.
Veilwen just turns to Lorcian.
Veilwen is Lorcian's gonna look to Veilwen and give her the same smug look that she's giving him.
Smug? Why
If you just look at Marius, you would understand.
Give me context. I don't want to be out of the
Look,
loop.
because Lorcian took control of the mission.
Oh, I see. I understand. Okay.
It is good to meet you.
Likewise. After a while yet, you guys make it finally reach land. It is getting rather dark. Should we set up camp before continuing to the village?
Veilwen turns to Lorcian.
Nothing. And Lorcian's just gonna look to Vel.
Didn't Lorcian just finish explaining to Veilwen just like confrontation?
Well, that's all that she is doing.
Well, being in the leadership role, that's what you're exposed to. That's what I'm saying. Anyways.
I think it would be. When do you need to get these animals back to?
Ideally by tomorrow evening.
Tomorrow evening. We wouldn't be able to make it back in time then, if we didn't go all night. Because we still got to come back across the bridge.
Eight hours across the bridge. Four hours to Darkstone. 12 hours. You guys go leave at 8 p.m. You'd make it back just in time.
But
If you, if we depart early in the morning, perhaps we can make it. Unless you folks are okay to go all night. I don't want anyone to be too fatigued or anything.
if you would like to set up camp, we can for a little while, and go early in the morning. If you feel that you can get it back by the time
I feel that
that you need to get it there.
I feel that is the probably for the best. Traveling at night, especially when there's bandits along this path. Probably not the safest thing to do. So he parks the wagon a little ways up away from the bridge. Oh, here somewhere. Starts I guess you guys can start setting up camp.
Veilwen, while everyone's setting up for Cambone, we'll take a look around.
Okay.
Taking in the terrain. Where the trees are, where potential hiding spots would be.
Okay. Would Veilwen know how to do this?
She's seen Karen do it, and Kazuha.
Yeah, but that looks like that. That just looks. You're just watching them look around. But okay.
Oh,
Veilwen's learning through osmosis.
well, also as a Fae, she, hit a lot.
Okay, that's a more valid explanation.
Lorcian will assist with setting up camp.
Okay.
So are they setting up near the road?
Yeah, just off the road a little bit.
And the fur trader mentioned that this was probably not ideal.
He mentioned that traveling at night when there's bands along the path is probably not ideal.
Okay.
But he does you wouldn't want to go too far from the road either, because the road will allow you to get the help quicker if you need it.
Lorcian will walk up to Veilwen. Do you see anything?
No, it seems pretty clear. We should be fine as long as there's someone not watching. I can take first watch.
If you're sure. Could also put that spell that I have that makes it comfortable for us to be in a little area.
And it wouldn't draw attention?
It might, but I don't think it would.
Alright.
Lorcian will get about right in the middle of the campsite and cast Arcane Home.
Okay.
Once I find the spell. That...
Sorry. Let's check on Cole. Let's go. Why?
Oh, okay. I was like, why is everyone laughing? Oh, it's like 500 feet away.
Yeah. Let me redo that. Oh.
Yeah, just cast again, but don't consume mana.
There we go.
At least the animation, all the sound effects are borked.
Is there a song playing? Because I can't hear it.
There is a song playing. Um. Oh, this is quite the interesting spell. You must be a mage.
Yes, I am.
That's so interesting.
So interesting. Oh, I honestly don't know what more you want me to say about that. But yeah,
No, that's fine.
Could you please explain the effects of the barrier?
well, I designed it to keep things out while we sleep. Uh, it creates a nice temperature inside so that we can exist comfortably. And what are you actually asking?
In character, or
Did
you say that?
Character? In character.
I think she's just trying to get conversation.
I just felt it appropriate that the people that are around know what the spell is and does, so we can use it to our advantage.
Ah,
You see Link, he's just like, looks to Val and does like an approving nod.
I designed it to keep things
He's-
out while we sleep.
So Link is like, he's taller and like more well built than Kazuha. Just so you know.
Oh, jeez.
But I would like to have the dome be transparent so you can't tell it's there.
Okay, so you just see everyone sitting there. All right.
But if I leave the perimeter, it goes down.
Veilwen, you feel Link like tap you on the shoulder, and he like, as you turn around, actually know what he do. Let's start with that.
Velen turns around.
He holds up his notepad for you to read it. He's written, what are your abilities? And like underneath, if you don't mind me asking. Trying to be polite, but writing it all out.
Velen, she puts her hand on the sheath of Mirtunester and holds it out, like, on her side.
Yeah.
Like, showing the handle. And then in her left hand, she produces a light of divine.
He has like a stunned look on his face. He's writing again. He decides that he doesn't want to stay there. You see him like scratch it out.
Run.
And Velen, because it was raining, she had the hood over Beastone, so he's kind of concealed as well.
Okay. Instead, he flips the page over and starts writing something different. Let me think what he would say here. Do you know any divine, or do you know any healing magic?
I do.
He takes his notebook back, starts writing again. If it is not too much trouble, may I ask that you cast a healing spell on me?
Oh.
Was that in
Okay.
character?
What?
Did Lorcian have a revelation in character, or was that Hunter?
I don't know if Lorcian would be reading the notebook or not.
Yeah, so
Could
that's
Lord-
Hunter. That's Hunter doing that.
Yeah.
Okay.
And as he does that, he like lifts up his shirt a little bit, and he has like this massive bruise here, just by at a glance. Maybe the time he spent with Karen or time adventuring, like he's broken like 3 ribs.
Oh, that's not what I thought it was. Okay.
Certainly. Hold on. Veilwen, with his hand like holding the shirt up, Veilwen will take a closer look at the wound. See if she can discern anything from it.
It's like purple, black, and blue. It was blunt force trauma to the lower left side.
How long ago? How old is this wound?
Looks like it's been broken for about a day or so, day and a half.
Have you taken this assignment multiple times?
He nods.
All right. Hold still. Svelen, she holds her clasped left hand to her heart and her right to the wound.
What spell are you casting? Okay, yeah. And you watch as like the bruise area, which took up the majority of his torso, starts fading, and although you kind of hear all the bones like shift, crack back into place, and as the spell takes and heals his wound, he lets loose a sigh of relief, like the pain has subsided. And he quickly starts writing again. He says, "Thank you, I appreciate it."
How many times have you taken this assignment?
He writes the number 2 on the notebook.
Including this one?
He nods.
Oh, what is to be expected?
Oh boy, he flips the page over and starts writing. The bandit is female and dressed in red, taken to being called the Red Bandit. Attacks are relentless, prefers martial arts over any kind of weapons. Sometimes there are 2 bandits. Or no, sorry. I think that there's 2 of them. That's what he writes.
Any details about appearance that you could give me?
They're both dressed the same. One is much taller. I believe is a Worgen. The other appears to be an elf. Both dressed in red and black.
Lorcian is just going to look to Veilwen.
Veilwen doesn't return Lorcian's gaze.
She's gonna keep them for herself.
So let me know if either of you need healing.
He also continues, both are adept in the same fighting style. He turns to Lorcian, holds his notepad. Do not let them get close to you. And he points, like, the throat and how he can't speak.
Lorcian will nod.
Lorcian
This is-
recalls.
It seems that this is the tale of how Leek became a mute.
Oh my god.
Yeah, he was a mute until today, or not wasn't a mute until today.
All right.
He writes, I will take second watch. And then he, like... He does something similar to Kalran, where he kind of moves around the dome and keeps repositioning himself in a way that his back is covered and he can see the most amount of area. Veilwen, you immediately recognize, like, this kind of maneuver as something Kalran did when you guys were in Vendrana. And when you were in Vermilion Mountain, he did the same thing.
Lorcian was sitting in the middle of the dome in trance.
Isn't there a campfire?
Lorcian was sitting in the campfire. Kidding. He sat next to the campfire and trance.
The trader will also go to sleep. That just leaves Veilwen. Roll me your perception.
Phone will position outside of the barrier.
Oh, I can access this compendium. That's fucking amazeballs. Alright. What'd you roll? Did you roll high? Rolled 19.
I just like it that her token is facing the barrier.
Well, if she can see through the barrier.
I know. I just find it funny.
Out of the woodwork, you hear a rustling. A wild wolf has come after. Oh my god, a wild coal has come out of the woodwork.
A nani?
A perception of 19 will summon Cole.
Apparently. You're right, Cole?
Shit, I can never summon Cole.
As I will be. What have you guys been doing?
Do you want to continue, or do you want to just hang out? My plan... I'm going to pause this. My plan... I'm also going to mark this for cutting out. My plan was I was going to basically do a micro session. So I have Lorcian and Veilwen doing stuff while Kuzo is with Kazuha. And then I would do your session later. And then just edit the two together so like it's a meanwhile type of thing happening.
Okay.
But if you want to jump in, I can still make it work.
Sure, I'll
It's your call.
jump in. Ugh.
Are you sure? Because what's going on with Kaz was not exactly catharsis given your situation.
Just something to distract myself.
Okay. Right now, they have stuff going on. Do you want an observer?
Let me log back in.
I'm gonna take that as a yes.
Yeah.
So, what does the green box around the observer mean?
The green
Friendly.
box means it's controlled by a player.
And
Blue is friendly. Yellow is neutral.
orange
red
is.
hostile.
Oh, okay.
Orange means that token is selected. Yellow means it's neutral, and red is hostile. Like if you mouse over Link, it means he's friendly. He's an NPC and he's friendly. If you mouse over the Kuzo's observer, it turns green. It means it's friendly
Right.
or it's a player controller.
Okay. And then the woof is red.
Red because it's hostile.
It's being hostile at Veilwen.
Yes. All right. You sure you're good, Cole?
Yeah, I'm good.
You don't have to force yourself. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck that says, but alright. Warrior. It's a retarded way of spelling warrior. Alright, so Veilwen, out of the woodwork, a wild coal and a wolf appear.
It's touching you, Veilwen.
Was it sneaking up on Veilwen, or
Yes. Yes. It is coming to attack you.
Veilwen prepares for
No.
combat?
Ooh, Veilwen gets to go first.
With Mutimaster in hand, Veilwen goes in for a strike.
What? Why did it not do anything? What the fuck?
I was too far away.
Oh.
Get closer.
I just did.
Okay.
Hang on. I'll just, Usually there's just a button to play damage. Whatever. Yeah, in a single strike, you down the wolf because this thing was not as strong as I thought it was gonna be. There's shit in its inventory.
I would hope not.
Well, it's gonna have loot because it's a wolf. Let me look
Wolf
at what-
loot?
What? Well, yeah. Items. Monster parts. I'll throw that in there.
Wolf juice.
Throw that in there. Throw that in there.
I'm completely AFK, just turning the AC down. Second.
Okay. Gotta be careful now you don't accidentally convert Lorcian into a lootable object. There we go. Alright, Veilwen. As you defeat the wolf.
It explodes and leaves its loot on the ground.
Yeah, it just disappears and leaving a pile of stuff. Not actually.
Veilwen takes a look around again. What's the fireplace looking like?
The campsite?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fire
it's
pit.
fine. Looks like it was just a random wolf. A stray. All by its lonesome. Orphaned by its pack.
Killed by Veilwen.
Is the fire put out?
Did you guys even light it to begin with? Did you guys even
No.
make one?
Well,
Imagine us having a fire. Please.
It was mentioned, but Veilwen didn't do anything to make it happen.
Okay, so I don't think there was ever a campfire to begin with.
Okay. Velen approaches the wolf and takes a closer look at it.
Just an ordinary wolf. Orphaned. All by its lonesome. Separated from its path.
Killed by Bill.
Jesus.
God. Bell will be like, I don't need the mask anymore.
There is a tail right there.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Am I gonna have to make a wolf tail a lootable item? That's probably gonna be very off-putting to Levy if she sees that you have that.
Oh,
Velen will she'll drag the wolf away from the camp.
Okay.
I'm just curious to see what it has.
I think you can also loot its fucking bite as a weapon. Oh no, you
Oh,
can't.
hell yeah.
No,
Damn.
it's set to ignore natural weapons.
Velen will begin skinning it for the meat, the leather.
Yes,
the pelt.
true. It would have meat. Should probably do that. Put meat on the list.
This wolf skeleton's a little off.
it's just a fur coat and bones.
Only 4 bones.
Or big bones. Like they're all
The
just
leg bones connected to the wolf.
bones.
That's it. Alright, you can just go ahead and loot it. And then that would be your watch, and it's time to switch.
Velen wipes Mirtanestra off, she sheaths it, returns. She approaches, or she enters the barrier and approaches Link and taps him on the shoulder.
He is seated. Sitting, actually, he's sitting in a fashion similar to that of Calran. He's got his legs crossed, his sword kind of like poked into the ground, resting on his shoulder along with the shield. And as soon as you tap on him, he like reaches up and like grabs the neck of the blade. He opens his eyes and sees to you. And in understanding the situation, he just gives you a nod. Stands up, does like a stretch, and then puts the sword in its sheath on his back along with the shield.
Lorcian would have got up from trance by now, right? 4 hours?
Correct. Oh,
Lorcian is just
didn't
going-
take the mammal bones?
So I just pocket the entire wolf. Sorry.
I'm gonna get rid of the token.
No, I'm good.
You're gonna regret this when you need mammal bones for some reason.
Yeah. God,
Actually-
Bell, I just left those mammal bones behind.
Mammal bones are an alchemy ingredient.
Lorcian is still going to... He's going to pretend to be tranced, but he's just going to listen.
Okay.
Yeah, he's just sitting there.
Yep.
Velen takes a step back. It's been 4 hours.
He gives you a nod, stands up, weapons drawn, steps out of the barrier.
Defeats Kuzo's observer.
Velen approaches him before he heads off. a wolf attacked. I defeated it. It's further back behind some of the trees.
He
It-
gives you a nod, one hand firm on your shoulder, thumbs up, as if to say good job.
I believe it was alone. I didn't find anything else.
Gives you a nod.
Orphaned by its pack.
Velen takes the same spot. And she disconnects Mirtanazar in its sheath from her side and rests it in the same position. Legs crossed, sword on
Learning
the shoulder.
some facts. I guess
Velen
now you've
will-
seen the reason that Velen's now seen the reason that they do that. Kazuha also does that.
Velen, she pulls the hood off Beaston, with him still on the sling. Alright, Beaston. Warn me if anything happens. Or if we're under attack. And Velen nods off.
I'm scared to do a roll because I'm hoping it doesn't fucking fuck up. But it might. So it's private. Son of a bitch.
What happened?
Son of a actual bitch.
Oh, have the Hinoxes snuck up on us again?
No. No!
Oh, dear.
They found
I
us.
do have 5 variants of the Hinox. Some of them just fucking wield just straight up a lighthouse.
Yeah, that's right.
It's just supposed to be a giant stone pillar, but like, it's not exactly an icon for that. It's gotta be getting this from somewhere. Oh, there it is. Sorry, I'm just trying to make sure. I didn't think this would fuck up this bad. I'm trying to fix it. That's better. Okay. So he will do his perception. I like your idea. I like your idea.
Oh, damn.
God damn it, Marius. You got us Hinox again.
It was going to happen.
I do like your idea, not that, but something similar.
Make it. Jesus, let's go.
Just wait on Lorcian and Veilwen.
Oh, okay.
All right, I forgot I actually have to roll initiative.
I mean, I can force the roll if I wanted to. I'm not going to. Lorcian and
Oh.
Well, Lorcian's already awake.
Blech.
So yeah, Veilwen, you wake up feeling somewhat nauseated, and an overwhelming sense of dread has washed over you. I'm actually going to boost Link's initiative to 20, so he goes first. You guys are okay with this? Here we go. So you see Link, weapon in hand, shield held out in front. He is ready to fight. I'm gonna go ahead and switch up the music so it sounds like we're in a battle. Let's do mass.
I get music again?
You watch he draws his blade out of its sheath, and the blade, like as he's pulling it out of the sheath, increases in size. It goes from being just a simple longsword to a greatsword that he holds in one hand. God damn it. Link's target is 5 away, your range is only 5. What?
That is. I feel sorry for Link. He cannot attack.
Oh my god. Alright, well, you're not really. Oh, I see. You know what? This guy is not actually going to be here because Kuzo's not part of this fight, and you guys are way too underpowered to fend them off by yourselves. So we're just going to do it with these 3 instead. Cool? Cool. God damn it, this again. Aw, he missed. Aw, he missed. Lorcian.
Lorcian, hearing the sounds of 2 misses and finally a sword cutting flesh, is going to stand up. Cutting something or other. After I go back up and read something. Now, I can shoot a spell from inside to out, or do I have to leave? Oh, Bard. Okay, no, I found it. They're Bard.
Yeah, you just can't pass through. You step out. If you leave, though, the barrier comes down.
Yeah, Lorcian's going to say, yell, "Hey, get up!" to Marquise.
What's the matter? Are we under attack? Oh, what are that? What is that? What are those? What are those?
What are those? Jinx.
Except I'm the DM and I can just axe you.
Shit. He's right. Alright.
Sorry, continue.
Lorcian will drop the spell. And then cast his Arcane Refraction.
Oh my god, you did make that spell. Oh my god. That's combat.
Lorcian, that was quite impressive.
No, thank you, Veilwen.
I helped you make this spell, and even I was like, "What the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck is Arcane Refraction? That's not a spell you should have." Yes, it is. I remember what it is now.
Though, I am concerned if those are showing up here.
Me too. What do you think it means?
Wouldn't
The Marquise is still like, "What the fuck?" He's like terrified of what he just witnessed.
when those things were standing there, what were they? What was their focus?
Oh, they didn't really have one. It seemed more like they were searching.
I'm not too certain, Lorcian, but I don't believe we were the targets.
I hope not. Have you encountered these before? You said your name was Link?
He pulls out his notepad, starts writing again. Yes.
I see. Where? On the same path?
Starts running away. In varying places. Sometimes in here, along the road here to Darkstone. Sometimes in Zorn Alcove. Sometimes in other locations around the world.
In the city?
In the city. Yes. He's not speaking. He's writing all this down.
Yeah. Lorcian's gonna look to Veilwen. That's concerning if they're showing up in the city.
He continues writing. I apologize. Well, he apologizes. It's the note says I apologize. I was unable to fend them off myself. The red bandit stole my sword, so I've been using a makeshift one. It's not as potent as my original blade.
It's quite alright.
Link, may I ask if you've fallen in combat before? Died at some point? These beasts don't generally appear without a reason such as that.
expecting him to look at you confused, but he shakes his head no. As if he understands what these beasts are.
All right.
I want to roll me an insight on Maurice.
Marquise.
I'm going to continue to fuck that name up. I'm sorry.
Maurice.
Yeah, Mauritius.
Marius.
Who
Oh, I should have
Yeah.
named him Marius. That would have been interesting. Okay, what are you
Yeah.
inciting? Like, what are you trying to find out?
See if this fear is real.
Oh man, he's like fucking panicking.
Okay.
He's still in shock. Clearly, this is his first time encountering such creatures.
Didn't Link just say that they encountered him before on this road?
Are you saying that in
Yes.
character, or are you confirming that with me?
I'm confirming that with you.
Yes, he did just say that. Marquise was also asleep until you woke him up.
Oh, you're right.
Of course I'm right. I think that's enough main party action. Let's jump over to the Talara Manor where Kuzo is undergoing some stuff. Aha, I cheated. Uh-oh. Where's my level? There it is. Main floor. Let me pan, damn it. Alright, Kuzo, so as Kazuha was so I'm gonna bring you up to speed a little bit here. So you guys have been forging away. Veilwen
Right.
came back, said that they're going to Darkstone. Or Darkholm to procure lumber.
Alright.
To, enough lumber to rebuild the table and stuff. And that they're gonna be a while because, they have to go to Darkstone.
Okay.
I had your character just not respond.
That's fine.
Kazuha told Veilwen to be careful and take care, and then not to worry as... Shit, what did I have him say? Exactly. Marius, you probably wrote it down. What did he say?
Kuzo is making progress.
Yes. So you would have heard him say that. And then after that, you guys just kind of forged in silence for a good 5 hours. So what's happening now is happening right after the other side of the party finished their battle. So I'm just gonna I'm gonna open my notepad. Okay, it is 5:03 a.m. I'm just gonna make this clean and go back 3 minutes and 15 seconds to make it just 5 even. So I know what time to continue for those guys. Okay, Kuzo. So at this point in time, you've had a lot of time to think about a lot of stuff. Everything that's happened so far. What Kazuha meant by you're making progress. Also that your flames keep flashing black periodically. Also your hands, they are like boiled. Kazuha's hands are also like bloodied as he's calloused pretty badly from forging so hard. Forging so much. Oh, do you need my immersion tool?
No. Kuzo takes his gaze away from the flame and looks towards how many tools are left in the pile that need to be reforged.
How many tools did I say there were? 25, right?
I think so.
24.
20. Okay. Let's see what Fate has to say about how many tools are left. This fucking sucks. 1. That was a D22. What the fuck?
Well,
One not including the one he's currently working on.
right. Almost done.
Kuzo, the forge is getting colder. I need you to maintain this heat.
Kuzo just lets out. Just inhales and just exhales. And as he's doing that, amplifies the flames going out of his hands more.
Okay, give me a wisdom save with an impossible beat to say, DC to beat.
Impossible.
Damn, that's not bigger than
That
possible.
would have failed even if I made it possible, but that's okay. As you amplify, okay, let's start by not doing this like cheerful music. What's it? I think village. Fortune fire. Oh, does Veilwen and do you guys want observers?
Sure.
Yeah.
Alright, players, observers. Veilwen observer, Lorcian observer.
I guard one door, you can guard the other.
Oh, I threw Veilwen into the forge.
Oh.
So as you focus in on your flames, what's Kuzo thinking? Let's start with that. I need to gauge your emotional state. You were telling Kazuha's story about your arms. We're gonna say that you finished the story because I already know the story, but
Kuzo's still thinking back of.
As you were explaining the story, your flames kept flashing periodically to black.
Right. Kuzo's thinking every single time in this life, nothing but fuck up after fuck up after fuck up. Even from childhood. Trying to just cast a simple spell into burning down a large portion of the school. Try to fucking figure out strange magic. Hopefully help people with it. Almost burned to death and burned his arms off. Tried to help. Stay with Faye, that was trapped in an empty cage, lost his arm. Wasn't even the one that was able to get them out of the cage in the first place. Again, fuck up after fuck up. Taking to the desert, trying to help, so that way the barrier would stay up. Dooming the entire thing, and causing it to just cascade into
A resonance.
hell. Yeah. Again, more fuck-ups. And not once has he actually been able to fix any sort of actual thing he's done wrong. It's always been someone else.
Is Kuzo thinking this in his head, or is he mumbling this to himself?
He's thinking it to his head. Or to himself, but then
Are you sure you
there-
don't want to mumble it to yourself?
there's a couple times he actually ends up speaking to himself while realizing it.
Okay. Throughout this, or just throughout the time?
Throughout this, he's thinking.
Okay.
Fix it. Something else happened. Just fix that. What even happened?
Your mic's barely picking you up.
Something else happened. Just fixed it
I
for
don't know
me.
what you're saying.
Didn't even manage to fix my own problems. Something else just fixed them for me.
That's better. There we go.
Again and again. Solve what my own problem like Blade was. Go out and figure that out. Couldn't even remember
Solve it,
what. Not on his own, he had assistance, but
Okay.
couldn't even fucking remember who I was on my own. Just forgot like a fucking dumbass.
Kuzo, well, I'm glad to see that you're reflecting in on yourself. Do not mistake, well, your mistakes for failures. A failure is only a failure if you don't learn from it. The fact that you are here reflecting on your past actions means that you're at least trying, and that's what's important. You're going to make mistakes. What's important is that you don't run from them, especially when you've hurt someone. It's okay for other people to help you deal with them. I'm sure Lorcian and Veilwen would feel largely the same. Also focus and keep this forge up. Flames are going out again.
Kuzo just growls in frustration as he focuses again, pushing past his limit again. Hands still scalding and boiling from the heat.
Give me another impossible to beat wisdom save. You don't actually have to roll the impossible to beat because you're gonna fail it anyways. Roll an 8. This time your flames turn black. Completely.
Let's say about me if I can't even solve a basic problem.
Define basic problem, Kuzo.
Simple problem. Learn not to get possessed by your own fucking sword's inner malice that's collected over lifetimes. No! Can't even just withstand that.
Kuzo, in what universe is that a simple problem?
Simple as just.
Do you
The answer was just resist. And focus. Apparently I'm too
Okay,
stupid.
so you're telling me if you hand your sword off to some random person on the street, they would be able to succeed?
But how much my
Against-
will has faltered?
Against
Maybe.
your malice?
With how much my will's faltered? Probably. I guess.
Much as he like swings his hammer down, like the metal we are reforging here. Your will can also be reforged, but it is up to you to do it.
Wait.
What's important is that you have the drive to do it. Do you? Or would you rather give up? Wallow
No.
in self-pity?
No.
What would your love for Marisa say if she saw you doing this? I'm sure, by the sound, at least from the stories I've heard, you would have more to fear from her than Lady Mary.
Yeah. You're right. I think I'm fucking pathetic. Being
All
like
your
this.
mistakes, yet she stayed by your side, didn't she?
She never got the short chance that we had. Yeah. I don't think I've told the others this.
As he tempers the fucking wrench.
Yeah. Did everything I could just to stay by her side. Even altered fate, had fate altered in the cycle of life itself to ensure every time we die, we'd be back together. Time and time again. Die, live. Somebody comes and tears us apart. We only have a short time together, or we're just reduced back to nothing, not even remembering who we are. Not even sure if she even remembers. She's never been able to live long enough to get her memories back of her original life. Or she's even capable.
I mean, Kuzo would know that's not true because, like, she said that who she was when you found her. Remember? In fact, it was Kuzo who didn't remember.
No, I thought we were doing that joke because a joke of like childhood friends proposing.
Oh, right, yeah, you're right.
That's what I thought.
It ended up exploding into something much larger. Okay, got
Yeah.
it. sounds to me every time you did what you could to stay by your side, but in this you failed too.
Yes.
So what will you do different?
Normally, failed, I'd be dead and wait. Well, both of us to be dead at the same time, start a new life, try to find each other again. But this, things are different.
This time,
As
the
Kuza says that,
problem
he's
won't-
focusing even
This
more on
time-
the flames and without putting.
Yep, this time the problem won't solve itself.
No. I lived this time, and I'm getting her back.
But this time, Kuzo, you have to think about what you're doing. Who does it affect? Who would be involved? Casually, with the hammer gestures to this room. Did you consider that when you destroyed Miss Veilwen's workshop? Even if you meant it well, did you consider what this workshop meant to Miss Veilwen and what seeing it destroyed would do to her? Did that thought ever even cross your mind?
Be honest, I guess that this place had been protected a lot more than that. I figured, oh, the Archmage furniture's got some of the furniture and most delicate workspaces have got to be enchanted to prevent any sort of accidents like this from happening.
Sure, from ordinary flames, but
You-
this is a mystical fire rock that appeared out of nowhere in Aether.
This was the thing is, it was ordinary flames that sparked this fire. What exactly had happened is I'd taken a stick from outside, put a little bit of it in the forge, as Kuzo says that he emphasizes forge as he flares up his magic again for keeping the
The
flame
flames
lit.
are black. The forge is filled with black fire. By the way,
Yeah, he doesn't realize that. He's
yeah,
too
you guys
focused.
hasn't paid. Well, Kazuha's noticed it, but because not paying attention to it. That's fine.
Just a small little bit of fire on the tip of a stick. I noticed the flames from the forge were flying towards the rock. I wanted to see what happens if a tiny separated bit of it, not a whole lot of it, would come into contact with the rock and what would happen.
But the flames being drawn to this rock didn't already set off an alarm within you to make you immediately realize that maybe this isn't just an ordinary fiery rock that's just ever burning? That perhaps if it was trying to consume the flames, giving it flames was a bad idea? That aside,
Yeah,
I imagine you're not as adept with magic as Lorcian is. And while
No.
that's okay, what's important is that you own your mistake. Like I
I
said,
try to.
when you saw the carnage, did it cross your mind how much Veilwen would be hurt by it?
It did. It really, really did.
And yet you chose to run instead of confront her about it. As soon as you saw her, you should have told her about it. Had you done that, I am sure Miss Veilwen would have let you off with just a minor beating.
To be honest,
Not
I will
only
have been
that, Miss Veilwen can be rather headstrong about when it comes to things like this. When you were running, she was trying to chase you, but you're clearly... She's still new to flying, especially
Yeah.
with her wings. And you can outrun her on the ground, which, as impressive as that was, she can't keep up. And it caused her to fumble, and she almost fell to her death.
no. It sounded like you were flying right behind her.
Yes, but what if I wasn't? What if I wasn't there?
If I wasn't, I wouldn't have tried to do something like that. If I
So,
did,
you can't bank on things like that. Maybe I wouldn't have made it in time.
I know I shouldn't. I know I shouldn't do the things I do.
No, it's not the things you do. It's when other people are involved. You have to consider how they're affected.
You're right. I
Now,
am.
regain your focus and
Yeah, you're
extinguish your ancient magic.
You're right. What? Kuzo's eyes widen as he looks towards the forge. What?
The forge is, at this point, starting to get enveloped in black flames.
How did I do? Kuzo immediately tries focuses and tries to extinguish the flames from sending any more out.
The flames are just pouring out of your hands.
No. God damn it! No, not
Kazuha,
again.
like holding the hammer, like holds right up to your face. Focus. Clear your mind. Stop panicking like a dimwit.
Wisdom save.
Wisdom save. This one has a beatable DC. Oh my god, you did it! It was 18.
Oh damn.
Yes, you managed to regain your focus, focusing in on the heat of the black flames, remembering what your friend told you about the flames, how they work, what they felt like when these flames made up your arms, and you managed to recede the flames back through your hands into yourself. Your hands you're in incredible pain. Your hands are actually burned. You, a fire demon, are being burned. Like your whole hand is just a fucking like blister at this point. Very good, Kuzo. As Kazuha turns around, and that is the final wrench.
How did I use it?
By finally understanding your own mistakes. Your recklessness can be an asset, but it can also hinder you when you don't stop to consider your friends. Remember, Kuzo, you're in a tightly knit circle now. Whenever you take a risk, it's not only your life you risk.
Right. I guess so many lifetimes of being alone.
The forge, by the way, has gone out.
Yeah. So many lifetimes being alone. Ever chasing after the future I was wanting. Forgot what it was like to actually work only with a group of friends.
But we know now that... Actually, we know that... No, we don't know that. We know that what's going to happen. And if you don't do something different, you're going to lose her forever.
Right.
And it looks like that determination is what awakened this power. Now it's up to you to be able to carefully use it.
Right.
I never told the others this either. But your power is a power called Amaterasu. It is a flame of sheer destruction.
I know what it is.
Nirvan's power and control over the wind is called Aeolus. It is also an ancient magic.
I've had experience with this before.
Then you understand just how much power you carry within you.
I know now. I didn't at first. I suppose earlier when I mentioned I had burned my arms away, it was me trying to learn what this was.
Yes, now imagine if you had done that, if this, and he like gestures to the carnage in the workshop, if this was caused by that, if you had slipped
Nothing
up
left.
and caused it. Fortunately, I was prepared in the event that this would happen. I was ready to stop it. Now, I think you've served your sentence well enough. You look like... Well, at least Miss Veilwen's gotten her tools back. As Kazuha, like, tosses the hammer down next to the forge, you see that, like, the handles are completely stained red.
Here, hold on. Let me help. You at least don't deserve to bleed like this. As Kuzo focuses.
Never
Just cast-
mind me, Kuzo. You've used up all your magic. If you try to cast another spell now, you're gonna really regret it. This will heal up soon enough.
Alright. As Kuzo sighs, he focuses on his hand again, remembering the feeling of Amaterasu. It is still within me, even if it were just giving me soul sight.
Now, why don't you go get some rest? You look like you need it.
Yeah.
Miss Veilwen went to Darkstone. I will see if I can go catch up with them. And try not to burn any more of the house down.
Yeah. Kuzo is ready to walk out. He looks towards the box where the rock is. Is it glowing at all or anything, or is it just sitting there?
The box itself?
Like, yeah.
No, it's not glowing. Kazuha, you see Kazuha goes over to the bench and picks up his Howry and puts it back on. All right, let's jump back to. Or actually, is there anything else Kuzo wanted to, Kuzo wants to do?
Darkstone for lumber.
If you want to go with Kazuha, you can ask him before he leaves. I will tell you right now, Cole, before you make this decision, this will affect the sessions going forward, because originally I was going to set it up so that Veilwen and Lorcian are doing their thing, and then Kuzo and Kazuha would do their own thing, and I was going to send Kazuha off on his own, and then Kuzo has to catch up to them, and I would be doing basically micro sessions throughout the week to try and make sure the two endpoints of the story meet. However, it is totally fine if you want to go with Kazuha, then I don't have to do that. So which one do you want to do?
I'm gonna have Kuzo go with Kazuha.
Okay. Whoops. Damn it.
Oh my.
Alright, so Kazuha would be over here, actually.
Kazuha, wait. I need to go just straight up apologize to Veilwen before I can rest.
A wise decision. I'm impressed. It seems, you are learning.
Yeah.
I must apologize to you, too. I not mean to be so harsh, but I figured...
No, I deserved it.
It was it was a trick that my sister often used on me whenever I would end up in such dire straits.
No, I deserved being
she
treated
would-
like that. I was a fool.
You fucking
Sorry. Yeah.
She would often make me man the forge. Of course, it would be smithing, not channeling flames, but I would be smithing until my hands bled. And all the entire time, she would be making me go over everything I did bad and why I feel bad about myself. And in the end, whenever I thought back to those feelings, I remembered the pain in my hands. And how I didn't want to feel that again. As strange as it sounds, it was surprisingly effective looking back on it now. Well, at least allow me to aid you in your flight. You still must be tired. As he holds his hand out to you and, like, you feel like wind envelop you.
You sure? You can handle it. Let's go.
I will be fine. Let's go. Okay, let me copy paste your token. And then we will jump over to Darkhold. Okay, so Veilwen, Kuzo, or no, Veilwen, Lorcian, Lincoln, Marquise. That's the name of the fur trader, by the way. Goal is Marquise. I don't know if you were there when I gave his name.
No, I
Gave his
wasn't.
name. Yeah, his name's Marquise. It's not a reference to anything. It was the first thing I could think of.
We're just gonna set that up again. And Lorcian will sit back down.
I think we'll step out of the barrier to continue his watch. Marquise still panicking. Are we safe now?
You can go back to sleep. We are safe.
He very slowly lays back down. He's got like huge bags under his eyes and has like darting side to side.
He's next.
Doesn't actually say that.
God, no.
I love how it's just a sharp 90-degree turn in the fucking beach right here.
Oh my god.
Oh, that's very sharp. Jesus.
Alright, so, Val and Lorcian, you guys are awake? Link
Uh,
is
Lor-
outside.
Lorcian is going to resume his fake trance.
Okay.
Vaughn will rest against the tree and
Oh, that's pretty close.
trance as well.
Alrighty. Guess we're just gonna rest for the night then?
Yes.
Alright, we are gonna fast forward to 8:30 in the morning apparently.
Uh?
1 second, I gotta find you. So, let's do it this way. Kuzo and Kazuha arrive on the scene with a bit of a rough landing as they're pretty tired. Kuzo, your hands are still blistered pretty fucking bad. You can't wield your sword. Kazuha, like both your hands are bandaged up. Kazuha also can't wield his sword. His hands are too badly blistered. Upon arriving, you see Kazuha. He looks shocked for a minute. Walks over, starts talking to this other guy. You see actually no, it's still transparent, right? The dome.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yep.
you see a random guy, Veilwen and Lorcian. They are Lorcian's fake trancing, so Lorcian realizes that you see these guys arrive. Veilwen, you're awakened by them landing. So, what you see is there is a scrawny-looking merchant dude sleeping. There's a dude who's got a big sword and a shield on his back. Taller, he's a little bit taller than Kazuha. He's got a much more well-built physique than Kazuha.
Yeah.
He has long-ish blonde hair and blue eyes.
Okay.
Veilwen, you can choose if them landing awakens you. Lorcian, you're aware that they're here.
I declare that my arcane home can allow Kuzo in.
Not
I
Kazuha.
think that's no. Yeah, he can come in too.
It says when the
I-
spell
I-
is cast, though, isn't it?
Oh,
Yes.
is it when the spell is cast?
Yes.
Oh, well then, fuck the spell. How do I? There.
Also, as it is now morning, so daytime. Also, close your observer. All right, so Kuso, what do you do?
Is Valen awake or asleep?
I was sleeping.
Okay, so Valen doesn't notice that they have landed.
Still asleep, okay. Stir him. Because I'll just wait over near the bridge for him to wake up.
Fuck it. All right, Lorcian will wake up the merchant. It's time to go.
Who's this now? As he points
Uh,
to Kazuha and Kuzo. Because
some-
Kuzo wasn't
some
in
more-
this form when he picked up the quest, right? And talked to this guy?
Oh,
Yeah.
he was in his normal form when he talked.
Two other friends.
Oh.
Kind of just dropped in.
Well, I guess the more the merrier.
Lorcian is gonna kind of tap Veilwen's foot.
Drop kick Velen. Hey, wake up!
Huh.
Aw, if only Velen was still a fae.
Velen shifts as she grabs her sword and stands up.
You okay?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
Oh, wait, when did Kazuha and Kuzo get here?
They just dropped in just now.
I see.
Did you sleep well?
Yes, I did. It's been a while since we've slept outside. Maybe not for you and that time in Aether, but
Ah, yes. Truly a good time.
have you spoken to them?
No, Kazuha is speaking with Link there, and Kuzo is just
Brooding.
I don't know what he's doing.
You mainly see him just looking down, look like he's waiting. His hands are crossed, but you can still see the bandages on his hands.
Same with Kazuha, both his hands are bandaged. Velen, you particularly would notice that the palms of his hand, like the bandages are stained red. Like very red. Like it looks, he might as well just be wearing red bandages.
Velen, she clips Mirtanaster to their side and just walks right for Kuzo.
Oh, he better be prepared to be defeated.
And his arms are crossed.
He's like,
Imagine he's leaning like doing like this or something.
he's basically like this right now, just waiting, trying to tap a hand but can't. He sees Velen walking up.
He's trying to be cool, but he's too rooted to be cool.
You know, there's like the snap track going off in the background. There's
Except he can't do that either.
Oh, that's why I said the snap track in the background.
Sorry, Bowen. I really am.
I know, Kuzo. I know. I'm sorry I got all worked up.
Never had.
The fuck you just say?
I said I shouldn't have ran.
Oh, I shouldn't have ran. Okay.
Kuzo, it hurt.
I know.
The whole time we were sitting at the dining table and we were having a conversation and no one told me what had happened. I was sitting there in ignorant bliss. And you and Lorcian were hiding it from me.
Yeah.
Yes, drag Lorcian into it. Good. Good. Don't let him off the hook.
Yeah. I was gonna tell you, but first, well, couldn't find you. You ran. You didn't get back for a while. Then, well, ended up having a conversation that shook my will a bit. Also, I figured nothing I said would have made you feel any better. The justification is just me being a fucking dumbass again.
You're not a dumbass, Kuzo.
Yes, I am. I spent countless lifetimes making the same mistakes over and over again. Never really knowing how to operate with a group of friends. Because I've gone so long without any that I've just been acting like it's just me this time around. Without even considering how you guys feel. I've been a fool.
Yes, you have been a fool. But I'm glad that you understand it now.
Are you reading something? Oh.
Eyes glanced toward what he was reading before glancing back to the screen.
Enhance the background image.
It's... Fuck, you guys made me lose my train of thought.
You are a damn fool. Somewhere in there. Yes, you are a fool.
But I hope, in contrast, that you understand why Lorcian and I are sometimes a bit overly cautious.
Yeah, I do.
And I know that frustrates you, but the three of us need to meet at the middle somewhere. And I'm sure that together we could make this work.
The power of friendship.
Yeah, you're right.
Now, how much of a demon are you?
No, I don't even know if this is just all cosmetic change, or this is like straight up full, complete transformation.
So how do we test?
Do something super reckless. Heal me with divine. Let's see what happens.
I was also that close to saying
there
it.
is a way I can check. I put up extra bandages to make sure we didn't get too bad. Kazuha ended up putting on less than he should have.
Could you repeat that?
I said, well, there's one way I can check. As Kuzo raises his hand up. I end up putting extra bandages on to prevent bleeding. And it looks like Kazuha didn't put enough on. There
as
goes
I will
hands.
be dealing with him in a minute.
Oh, jeez, damn it, Cole!
You fucking just murdered Kazuha. And he doesn't even get a chance to defend himself.
This hole in my foot. Kuzo, why would you do this?
Let's see here. Blood is purple like it was. And I'll know I'm a demon. It's still red then. Oh no, this is just visual. That's because it's supposed to start undoing one of the bandages on his hand.
Alright, Cole, even or odd?
Even.
This is the decision you. Okay.
Oh boy.
Go ahead and remove those bandages.
He just starts just unwrapping.
As you start to unwrap, Marquise. Alright, we should be on our way if we're gonna make it to the village in time.
But who's this guy? This Kuza says he's still unwrapping slightly.
I forgot to mention that we
It's like
picked up a
slowing- it's like
quest.
slowing down.
Yeah. You forgot to mention what?
That we picked up a quest on that coincided with our quest to get wood.
Why did you
Lumber.
have to phrase it like that? Why did you have to phrase it like that, Veilwen?
Oh, why? What's wrong?
Oh,
Alan?
don't do it in character. No one doesn't have to deal with it.
So
Alright.
it is time to get going. You heard him. Let's get going. Come on.
Are you alright there,
Holy
bud?
shit.
I killed Marion.
It's just Lorcian screaming from the background because he could be 100 feet away and he could still interrupt this conversation.
Oh, no, it's like 20 feet away. Damn.
Alright, until we figure this out, you'll have to ask Lorcian
Ask Lorcian what?
for healing.
Well, let me
He can
see.
also heal himself. Just like.
Yeah. Let me see here. This Kuza's still undoing it slowly as he begin walking.
Oh, you're really gonna push this. Okay. I was giving you a chance for us to go over exactly what this means, but alright. We'll improvise. Let's see what happens. Keep going.
But this. That guy looks familiar. Wait. Who's that guy?
Which one?
Guy Kaz was talking to.
He was an adventurer that joined us on this quest.
Alright.
We accepted his aid because we didn't think that you and Kazuha would join us.
Then? What's this like Marquise guy looking like? His figure? Is he just looking as
He's a super slender. Imagine you, but just like shorter
okay?
and like normal sized feet.
Alright then.
Oh, and also he looks like his token, so there's that.
Okay. So
Oh.
Kuzo just leans in and whispers to Veilwen. This one I forgot to mention when I was looking for the bounties. Something about this didn't seem right. I don't know what.
I got the same feeling when we met him, Kuzo.
Keep an eye on him.
Everyone's so mean to Marquise. It's just his face.
He will soon become disintegrate.
Anyway,
Soon.
bandages do I have here?
Oh my god.
How many
Is that-
bandages do I have? He's just fucking you ever seen those fucking soccer poppers? His head just looked like those. He's got so many bandages.
It's just a big cylinder. Alright, cool. As you undo the last of the bandages, the inner part of the bandage that actually wrapped your hand, a lot of the blisters had ruptured. It's covered in purple blood.
Okay then.
Sven looks at the ground to see any of the blood that dripped off is different.
Nope, it's all purple. Piccolo blood. Pickled Kuzo.
Kuzo begins rewrapping his hand. Well, that answers that question.
I believe so. If it was a simple illusion, I believe the blood would have, once it had left your body, it would have returned to normal.
Yep. As Kuzo finishes rewrapping his hand. Yeah. Oh.
Anyway, we are on a bit of a schedule.
Let's go then.
Kuzo, wait.
Hmm.
His phone pulls on his shoulder.
What?
She leans in. It's highly likely that there's not just the Red Bandit, that there's an accomplice, and the description matches Levi and Shinobu.
No, it doesn't.
He said the Red Bandit was a Worgen.
One was a Worgen, one was an elf, both dressed in red and black.
Yeah, they're wearing outfits.
Yeah, Shinobu wears purple.
People can change clothes.
You don't know that.
Shit.
Okay,
Shit.
no, that's fine.
It's impossible. It's impossible.
All right,
to be...
no, never mind. I'll retract it. We have to be careful. The Red Bandit is a martial arts artist.
Also, that's true too. Shinobu, you guys have never seen Shinobu fight.
And it might have an accomplice. So we'll just have to be very careful.
Spirit from Thunder that survived. Alright. Yes, Kuzo cracks his neck. Let's get going.
And he died.
In.
Quit being so reckless, Kuzo.
Now go get healed already.
Can't Kuzo heal himself?
No mana to do that right now.
Oh, that's right. Can't Veilwen transfer men?
I'll heal myself up later. I'm gonna get my mana back.
I believe the wagon should fit all of us.
Yes.
Where is the wagon?
Next, it's. I don't have a token for it, but
It's here. It's here-ish.
Alright.
There-ish.
Alright, let's get on board and get ready.
Velen approaches Link and Kazuha.
As you approach, you arrive. Well, you get close enough within earshot to hear Kazuha say, "Well, I'm glad you've taken a liking to Miss Veilwen."
I think Kazuha said that.
Yes.
I apologize for interrupting, but we should set off.
Oh, of course. I've been brought up to speed on the situation from Link here. Let us be on our way then.
Just a minute, Kazuha.
Yes.
He cannot escape.
As he is standing there, his arms are like tucked into the sleeve. Like both hands are tucked into the sleeves. As he turns around, he tucks his hands into the sleeves of his Howry. Like this.
Veilwen walks right up to Kazuha. Real close.
I'm gonna cover the fur trader's eyes. I'm kidding.
Kazuha, how long were you and Kuzo working last night?
Long enough to get all the metal tools done. All that's left is to put handles on the ones that need them.
Kazuha, thank you. I really appreciate it. Veilwen takes a short step closer.
I'm just. I have a image in my head of what this looks like.
I think it's time for Kazuha to run now.
Anyways, you guys keep going. I try to fucking figure out find this scene. Save that for later. Maris?
So, you wouldn't happen to be, hiding anything from me, would you, Kazuha?
He's like averting his gaze. Whatever do you mean, Miss Veilwen?
Veilwen, with her right hand, she grabs Kazuha by the collar.
Uh-oh.
Kill.
Oh, I can't find the fucking scene. Damn it! This sucks. Let me see if I can Google it. Anyways, keep going.
You wouldn't be hiding your hands specifically from me, would you, Kazuha?
Why would I ever do that?
As Kuza's like walking over to the rest to Lorcian and this trade or whatever, he just looks to Veilwen and just mouths, "Yes, he is." Just mouths, "Yes, he is."
God damn it, Cole! You piece of shit!
Kazuha just died, guy. Alright? Revenge, I guess.
Oh.
Oh.
As
Oh, I found
Kuzo-
it. It's not a GIF, but I found it. Sorry. This is what I'm picturing Veilwen doing.
Oh my. Oh.
The Groose.
Except it's not Groose. It's Kazuha. At least until you said you grab by the collar.
The Kazuha.
Because I think you've seen this scene, right? Like, she walks up and does like a faint, like a whole wrist flick and everything. It's great.
Yeah, she has none of his Gruce's shit.
I know, it's great. I love Sarah Sword. One of my favorite games. Anyways.
Kazuha, as I'm unable to heal Kuzo at this point in time, you'll be under my exclusive care. As Veilwen holds a left hand to her heart and heals Kazuha.
Did Did Veilwen just give him a reason to hurt himself?
Uh, as the light like kind of envelops exclusively his hands, indicating that that is a wounded area, as that's how cure wounds works. You can see the light shining through his Harry. He kind of gives like a smirk. You mean I wasn't already? Are you ready? I'm gonna go for the kill. You ready? So he leans a little bit closer as he says this, and you get a whiff of maple. Your move.
Check. This is
Does he
check.
say that in
Uh,
character? Does he say that in character?
No.
Oh,
No,
damn.
Oh.
What do you
That's out
mean?
of
This is
character
already.
It's out of character for Kazuha to say.
What do you mean? This is already checkmate. There's no more moves to be made.
Velen, she releases Kazuha from her grasp.
You were holding him by the collar, and you had one hand on your heart, and you healed his hands. Which hand did you use to put over your heart? Is this the one you're grabbing him by the collar with?
Oh, well, no, the
Was it a one-handed grab, collar grab, or two-handed?
one
It
hand.
was one-handed.
Oh, yeah.
So it's like basically like
Yeah.
Yeah, but didn't you touch his hands to heal it?
your wounds is touch.
No. Cure
I guess
wounds,
you
you
touch
don't have to touch the specific spot.
Yeah, okay. I thought that's what you were doing, though. My bad. Okay. Never mind.
That'd be concerning if cure wounds you had to touch a spot. Like, oh no, you
Oh, you
gotta
got
fit
stabbed?
Ah, your eye is giving you trouble. I understand.
Let me fix.
Oh, I can fix that! And then the new sound effect for cure wounds.
Oh yes. That'd be
Anyways,
great.
Veilwen, it is your move.
Velen reaches out for Kazua's hands, and she takes them in hers. Like
Oh
this.
yeah, so as you do this, you can see the bandages are so very bloodstained. Like he bled a lot, and the bandages absorbed a lot of it.
Velen begins unwrapping them.
This is after you healed them, right? Yeah. Okay. As Marquis
After-
says to Lorcian while you're doing this, as touching as the couple's moment is, we should probably get a move on. Velen, you can choose to hear that or not.
Velen is going to give him a death glare.
Okay.
Or she's just gonna pat him on the back. You get used to it.
You can't use the I've never given anyone a death glare. You see Link as he like walks by, kind of just does like gives like Kaz like a friendly like pound on the shoulder.
Thank you, Kazuha.
This time, as if turning the tables on you, he leans closer, like right up against your face. No need to thank me, Miss Veilwen. I know that workshop was important to you.
Yes, of course it was. But I'm more concerned about the injuries you and Kuzo have attained.
Oh, I trust. Believe me, these are nothing. Typical blacksmith's calluses. It's been a long time since I forged with the hammer. As for Kuzo, I made sure that he thoroughly understood his idiocy, as Kazuha speaks up a little bit while staring at Kuzo. But Kuzo, I think, helped Kuzo. Oh my god! I think I helped Kuzo realize, or Kuzo realized a little bit more about himself.
Kuzo just gives a solemn smile and then climbs up into the cart.
Besides, even if I didn't get through to him, I'm sure Marisa will get through to him, and it'll be far worse than anything that Lady Marin could do to him.
Ah, yes.
So a bone-chilling shiver runs down your, or a chill runs down your spine.
Marisa was a lot of fun. I can't wait to see her again.
With how much, or the stories that I've heard, I must admit I'm quite intrigued by her. She seems like an interesting character.
She certainly is.
You two coming, or are you gonna keep just chatting there? Everybody else is in the cart.
Yep.
Are your hands healed up yet, Kuzo?
Does it matter? Let's go. Chop, chop.
Lorcian, could you please take charge?
Well, that's certainly different. Look what you've done, Desire.
No. There's two ways that I'm wanting to do this,
Go for the kill.
but I can only do it with one.
Go for the kill. Go for the kill.
Kuzo, do you want your hands healed?
Yes, I do.
Oh. Shit.
I don't even think Cole was here when this was happening either. So I don't
Yeah.
think he even understands how he just reversed this whole situation.
Now I'm sad.
Oh, that was great. It was wonderful.
Kuzo feels the blisters like heal up on his hands.
Yep.
Takes the
Veilwen,
bandages off.
As you finish unraveling the last of Kazuha's bandages, you still have like his hand, like his hands in your grasp, right? As you're doing this.
Yes.
All right. As the last of the bandages fall off, he like flips and now has your hands in his. Now perhaps we should get a move on. We're on a bit of a schedule.
Yes.
And then he heads over to the cart.
Did you say car or cart?
Cart.
Oh. We were this close to getting a car. This close.
Not till Arcadia, bud. Sorry. All right. Now that everyone is finally boarded, let us continue. think we'll end our session there.